Good evening, everyone. It's December 1st, 2025. The 43rd meeting of the 26th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. We're going to start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English and in Spanish. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV, on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause, snapping, or other outbursts during the meeting. I will provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption. Upon the second or continued disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, security will escort that person out. Such removal from the council chambers will be effective for the remainder of the meeting. If continued disruptions occur, I may recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in the disturbance. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are respectful of one another. Tonight we will start with proclamations and presentations. We have no proclamations, but we will have a presentation from Ms. Christine Berner, the city economist, who's going to provide an update on the gross receipts tax.
Madam Chairman, members of council, good evening. We'll just wait just for a sec for my slide to come up. There we go. So just a brief update for you. This was September GRT that we have here in front of you. So GRT growth was solid for September, growing 4% over the previous year based on the state share at 1.225. It's not quite fitting, is it? Cumulative growth is 5.9%, still well over the expected 3.8% for the year. Retail this month was a little bit negative, but only slightly so. And then the only other large sectors, such as other services and food gross receipts, those were negative. And then we don't have arts and entertainment up here. It's a pretty small share of overall GRT, but that one was negative this month as well. Moving to cannabis, if you wouldn't mind, sorry. Oh, there you got it to fit. Cannabis actually was negative this month by 21%. It appears that this time last year, it was a pretty strong month, and so, by comparison, this is low. We'll just have to keep an eye on it, and I do have it on my list to contact TRD just for an affirmative update that they're still working on compliance, so I'll try to figure that out for you. Actually, that is really all that I have. I can stand for questions.
Councilors, any questions? I don't see any. Thank you so much, Ms. Berner.
Thanks.
Moving on to the journal, I move approval of this November 17th journal.
Second.
There's this motion and a second by Madam Vice President. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Communications and introductions. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing OC 56 on tonight's agenda for action. OC 56 is the Office of Inspector General's annual whistleblower report for fiscal year 2025. There's a second by Counselor Rogers. All those in favor of suspending the rules from the letter of introduction, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselors, are there any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to reports of committees. Somehow I'm missing that page. Oh, we don't have any? Okay, thank you. No reports of committees, no deferrals or withdrawals that I know of at this time. Counselors, any? Counselor Grout? Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to defer O25-99 to December 15th.
There's a motion to defer O2599 to December 15th. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. Any questions? All those in favor of deferring O2599, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Any other deferrals or withdrawals at this time? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Counselor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to remove EC 25-538.
All right, we will remove EC 538 from the consent agenda. Counselor Champagne?
Madam President, item G, EC 25535, please.
All right, we're going to move EC 535 from the consent agenda. Any others to remove to the consent from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. Counselors, all those in favor of the consent agenda, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We're going to move back to EC 538. Counselor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. Quick question, I apologize, I don't remember this exactly, but it's my recollection that this was withdrawn at the last FGO meeting. The administration withdrew this for whatever reason, I don't remember. And so I'm a little surprised that it's now on the consent agenda here. Is
Sorry,
that true?
sorry, Counselor, I'm having a hard time hearing you, so I'm trying to hear.
My apologies. The last FGO meeting, it was my recollection that this bill was withdrawn by the administration for more work. And so I'm a little surprised it's here, but I might be wrong. I just needed to start with that, yes.
Sure. Ms. Kulinan?
Madam President, Councilor Baca, that item was EC 522, and that is on the consent agenda for withdrawal. The 538 item is a different,
That's a very different one.
it's a replacement for that item.
Oh, it's,
To correct, I believe there was an issue with a typo of some sort in 522, and so 538 corrects that issue.
okay. So then just this process question, if we withdrew it for a typo, but now we can just put it onto this one without having passed it previously or accepted it?
Madam President, Councilor Baca, the whole body has to approve of the withdrawal as its own individual step. And then I believe that the replacement bill was introduced at the last meeting, so it would have been a holdover. So that's why they're aligning.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions for the administration because I think I was vocal about the fact that we moved the Domestic Violence Commission under APD, but this is to give funding to the Domestic Violence Resource Center for training programs. So I just had a question of can this one org handle training of all of the orgs for domestic violence across the whole city? I've worked with this org and have some personal knowledge of their situation at that organization, and just wondering how can one org handle all the training for the Domestic Violence Resource Center for all of the city?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I thought Commander Hernandez was here because they oversaw the RFP, so I wanted to make sure that someone that sat in that and discussed the capabilities would be able to answer your question. Can I get back? I will get back to you about that in terms of if we feel like we need to supplement this for other training. And I know that has been the expectation, is that we would have citywide training available.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My other question is just, do we know, I know we funded them last year for the same type of programming. Do we get reports from them on where the training, who they trained, how many people they trained, metrics on how they did with that funding?
Madam President, Council Rogers, yes, I believe we do have, they do report to us as per the terms of exactly the numbers of people where and how often, and so we could provide that in summary for you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then you said this was an RFP. Do you know how many respondents we had to that RFP?
Madam President, Council Rogers, I said RFP, but I meant procurement because I'm not sure which procurement tool we used, but I know that they went through this through APD. So I shouldn't have said RFP, I should have said through the procurement process.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I see Hernandez here now. Thank you.
I think we have both Chief of Staff Hernandez and Commander Bernard.
Thank you.
Council President, Council Rogers, could you,
Sure.
I was walking past, so can you
No
please
problem.
make sure, I don't want to answer questions.
Sure. So I just,
Without-
the first question I think I had was just around the RFP for this. Was it an RFP or how did we arrive at this provider?
So with this providers, we put an RFP out because the contract had expired a year prior. From my understanding is that from this RSP, there's only one company or one organization that put in for this that was awarded for this.
Okay. So only one responded.
Only one
Okay.
responded.
One responded. And so working with them last year, because I know we funded them last year, and I was very vocal about the commission being put under APD, but do we have a sense of how, I know they'll send this to me and you can send it to, just what they did with the funding last year. Just want to make sure that they did what they said they were going to do.
And Council President and Council Rogers, I'll let Commander Bernard, who's in charge of the Criminal Investigations Division, answer that question.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So with the funding last year, there was training available, but a huge portion of the funding goes for the advocacy that they provide. So they're going out on all of our domestic violence calls. So if we need a victim advocate, if the victim is requesting that, they're going to those. They're providing services at the F8, the Family Advocacy Center, each day, Monday through Friday, where victims can go in there and they can get services or connected to services. So a huge portion of the funding goes for the staffing of the services they provide there.
Got it. Thank you. One other question just about on your website, and sorry, this came up just because he pulled it off and it's relevant. Last question, I promise. I was working with a survivor or victim of domestic violence, and we could not find the packet that the Domestic Violence Commission put together and brought to this body. It's an amazing one packet where everything's there. I could not find it anywhere on APD's website, the Commission's website. It needs to be easily accessible. I know you guys have paper packets that you give out for victims, but if we're trying to help folks or advocates are trying to help folks, it's really hard to find that packet on your website or on the city's website, period. So I would love your help to fix that for folks who are looking for help.
Absolutely, we'll look into that right away. And we also have different translation services going into effect too, so we can make sure it's available to all members of our community.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that I said that was the last question, but one more popped in my brain. How do you, because I know that the commission is doing a ton of work around training and the things that they present to us, lethality trainings, all of those things. How does that get translated to the DVRC? Because they don't come to those meetings. They're not even on the commission. So how does that information get passed on to the provider?
So for any of the meetings that we have a close relationship with the DVRC. So my deputy commander is actually on the commission for DVSA. So she attends all of those meetings and she makes sure that she communicates those with the DVRC so they're aware of everything that we have going on and the recommendations that are being made that can be passed on to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Can I suggest you just have them be a part of the commission?
Absolutely. I know that the commission has rules for whoever there has to be a vote, and I don't know how many slots they have for that, but that's definitely something that I would pass on and recommend to them.
Yeah, and all of our boards and commission allow ad hoc members as needed for subject matter experts. So I think that would be smart, so that the training that they give is actually relevant to what our commission is saying we need in the community. This is a hot topic this week, so I think this is a good thing that we're having this conversation. Thank you.
Counselors, any other questions on EC 538? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve EC 538 and a second by Counselor Grout. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselor Champagne, EC 535.
Thank you, Madam President. DC Hernandez, I might need you down here for this one. Madam President, this is EC 535, and it's the quarterly security report with APD, ACS, and Metro security data. I just had a few questions of kind of just an explanation of what is the difference of the classes of calls. We have the numbers that were reached and talked about how some things are going up and going down, but it says a Class A APD call, a Class B APD reactive call, and a Class B APD proactive call. Can you kind of go over which ones those are and what those mean? I'm assuming you wanted him to answer that.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, Director Keener might also be helpful
Okay.
from ABQ RIDE to be able to talk about the classification in the report as well. They're, since they are oftentimes in lockstep, so I just wanted to let you know she is here as well.
Council President and Councilor Champagne, I can wait for the director, or do you want me to try to answer some of those right now?
If you know, the reason why I asked you to do it is because the analysis and the summary of it shows that a lot of it's being pushed away from Metro security and more toward APD in these classifications. It even notes it in here that you're finding a lot more of APD calls, and it notes those three type of calls. So that's why I leaned on you more.
And Council President and Councilor Champagne, I think a lot of it has to do with, we have our transit security officers that's attached to APD that works closely along with our problem response teams that work co-in-hand. So I think the quicker response that we get on the transit buses is through the transit officers as well as police service aides that are attached to the TSOs with this transit safety officers. So that's why you see kind of a lot of the calls are coming to APD a lot more, because we're riding on the buses and we're responding to more calls rather than a year ago when it was assigned to Metro security. So we kind of took over that. So that's why a lot of it's coming to us.
I mean, it's shifting that. Madam President, then what is a Class A call?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne. So when 2247 came out, it asked us to split these categories into various calls that's similar to the FBI uniform crime reporting, I believe. So we basically just took like a look at that internally as to how those are broken out. So you can actually see it on the website where it will talk about the specific calls and how they're categorized into Class A, which are your more serious, or Class B calls.
Okay. So a Class A is a more serious call. So when it says that calls are up in vandalism, aggravated assault and battery, sexual offense, but narcotics is down, that's a higher priority call than the Class B, which is a traffic without injury, wanted persons. But does Metro Security answer to wanted people? A wanted call? Because it's listed on here. A Class B reactive call are slightly up, which are traffic accidents without injuries, a wanted person, and are significantly up in suspicious persons, 911 hangups, disturbances, and rescue calls. So is that a priority 2 call when it comes to Metro security, or?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, so I know that's the staff analysis that has that broken out like that, but if you go to the actual report, it will break it out by Metro and APD calls. So you can see the Class A for Metro is assaults, batteries, fights, fires, which battery, fights, and fires, they didn't have any this quarter. Narcotics, and actually they didn't have any vandalism calls this quarter either.
Okay, so they are not up. Vandalism calls are not up then, like this says?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, they are, but that is for APD responding. So those are all categorized in the APD calls, the Class A calls. Again, there's two separate, so Class A for both APD and then for Metro calls.
Okay. Madam President, and so when it says Class B APD proactive calls are slightly up, and that's directing traffic, on-site disturbances, Those aren't Metro Security, that's APD.
Yes, Counselor.
Okay. And Madam President, so then community activity and periodic watches are up for the APD side of this.
Yes, and a lot of the periodic watches, Counselor, are self-initiated. If depending on our crime analysis of say, hey, you know what, we're seeing high traffic areas at certain times, we do have periodic watches to be logged on, so they actually create a call for service. So that's why you see those increase. But it's more proactive policing.
Okay, I seem to recall those, yeah. Okay, and I'm not too sure, Madam President, who would be the best person, but can someone explain the difference between a solid waste interaction encampment notice and the existing encampment category?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I believe those are both listed under Metro. I don't really know what the breakdown is. My assumption would be that one of them is when Metro's responding in conjunction with solid waste for encampment clearing, whereas a strict encampment call would just be when Metro is showing up to get encampment to move on that potentially doesn't need some cleanup involved with it.
But you don't know exactly what it is, because it says that there's a new solid waste interaction encampment notice category, but we don't know exactly what the category is.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we get several new categories each time that we report out on these, just depending. Oh, sorry.
Madam
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I'm happy to answer this question.
Okay.
We have integrated Metro Security individuals in with our solid waste and HHH interaction team work to provide support in the field when they are providing notice within the community in an interaction. So I think the designation of this new category is when a Metro Security staff is with the interaction team and which is HHH staff and our solid waste team. And they are just noting that as it's related to anything that could be connected to transit as well. So it's in this report.
Okay, Madam President, thank you. That explains, makes sense. Perfect. Just a couple more kind of inquiries about this. Why would, and I don't know, I know this has been going on for a while, but why did we move away from Metro Security to more function with APD transit safety?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, so this was all part of the long-range security study that we did with parametrics, and that was one of the recommendations was to move towards APD, and so that was how we created the development of the transit safety officers at that time. And so that is what we have been trying to do is move towards the transit safety officers with APD. And it's been really beneficial for us, especially just because they have that direct connection with APD sworn officers. So it helps us to get a much swifter response when we do need it.
All right. So, Madam President, so this was part of a long-term plan?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, yes, it was.
Okay. Madam President, was the move, but we still have a security, Schimmel Security is 24/7 at the center, is that correct? Is that, because that's not going to be a part of Metro Security or APD, so we're paying security to be there.
Yeah, Madam President and Councilor Champagne, so I think something to note was the last quarter from April to June, we had actually had to bring in the transit safety officers to cover the ATC. So they were doing that. And at that time, we lost a lot of mobile coverage. And so for this quarter, about mid-July, we ended up putting the TSOs back out into the field mobile. And we brought in Schimmel to cover that gap that we had in coverage at the ATC, which has been really helpful for us. The plan, though, eventually is to migrate those officers over to transit safety officers when we're able to increase our position count past where we currently have it. I think one thing to note, too, is, we're referencing a lot of the prior quarter when we look at the changes in the numbers that we have. I think it does do us a lot of good to also look at the prior year's quarter. Because seasonal changes affect a lot of things too. So I'd say that just to really say we've seen kind of our monthly calls remain pretty flat over the prior quarter last year. But we have seen our reactive calls drop 47%, while our proactive calls have gone up 20%. So again, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have made this shift to transit safety officers that are present and dedicated to transit safety. So they're already out on the network, they're visible, and I think that helps to deter a lot of behavior.
Okay, Madam President, so having some sort of random patrol or patrolling officers instead of being a reactive off of being dispatched to something seems to be bringing the numbers down, or at least from what this report says is that they're slightly up, but they're able to react to them.
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, yes, I think it's very important in that we are seeing some decreases when we look at the quarter over quarter and, you know, the same season from last year. We are actually seeing that the reactive items are coming down. And you'll even see it in this quarter when you look at from month to month, you'll see that those categories, in the majority of the categories, the numbers are coming down.
And having those reactive, Madam President, having those officer, I mean, I guess it is an officer's presence on those spots are helping to deter that stuff.
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, yes, I think it is very helpful.
Okay, thank you. How much does that, Madam President, how much does this security cost? Do we know what the contract is? And
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, are you referring to
the Schimmel security for the ATC? Is that an annual contract that we've signed, and how much is that?
Right now, we're going month to month, but the annually, it would be about $1.2 million, which is why we would much rather, bring on transit safety officers. The cost would be much less.
Understandable. 10,000, yeah, 100,000 a month, yeah. Madam President, no, I'm good. That's perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Counselors,
Thank you.
we are discussing EC 535. Any other questions? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So I couldn't tell from the report, when you go on the bus and you see APD riding the bus, how often does that happen? I've never seen it, just as an aside.
Council President and Council Feeblecorn, they have assigned times that they do throughout the day. My understanding is that they're riding on the buses 6 hours throughout the day at different various routes. The routes that we are riding on, they're either police services or transit officers. They're riding and they're also doing bus checks, meaning that once the bus stops, they are actively contacting the drivers of that and doing a walkthrough of each of the bus. So at times, might not be riding, but they are actually making their way through the bus and contacting the bus driver to make sure everything is fine at different locations of the bus route.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have gotten a couple of folks that are concerned about the number of times that they have seen multiple officers just hanging out at bus stops. And I'm just wondering if we have extra APD officers. First of all, I'm surprised to hear that. And second, is that really the best use of their time, or would it be better if they were actually on more buses?
So Council President and Council Feeblecorn, a lot of times when there's officers at the bus stops, it might have to be response to an actual call for service that are taking place, but in particular, depending on this, the incident, I'm not aware of the actual incident where there's a lot, but majority of the officers are responding to calls for service that are requested by either our transit officers or our police service aides.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think that that's actually the case. I've been to bus stops recently. There have been 2 or 3 folks in uniform just hanging out. And I'm curious as to, if you don't know that they're there hanging out, then why are they there hanging out? They don't seem to be responding to anything. And again, if we have extra personnel that are available to do law enforcement, I just wonder if the best use of their time is standing at a bus stop for up to 30 minutes at a time. But it doesn't sound like you know that that's happening, so I'd love to follow up offline to figure out how I'm seeing it and no one else is. Thank you.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes, just a quick follow-up question. You said, are Metro security officers armed? Because I know PSAs are not.
Council President and Councilor Champagne, Metro Security is not.
Okay, so Madam President, so no armed officers, whether it's a PSA who's not a police officer or that security is armed?
Yes, you're correct.
What is their, Madam President, what is their protocol for reacting to an incident?
Observing a report. So unless a serious bodily harm is being inflicted, their observations are like a police service aid, which is observe and report. And that's why we're working so collectively with our problem response teams and our field services to respond to those incidents quickly. But a lot of the situations, they are able to utilize their de-escalation skills that they are taught during the academy and de-escalate. But a lot of times if it results to a high priority or someone is in danger, they are having officers respond to that because they're all on the same frequency in the same CAD system.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question. I'm getting a constituent calls and emails about National Guard on buses and on the platforms. Are we utilizing the National Guard at all for transit?
So Council President, Councilor Rogers, we are doing with the National Guard, we're actually doing the checks that I just spoke about, where they are with a transit safety officer or a police service aide and actually walking at the bus stops, walking throughout the bus. They're not actually riding in the bus, but they are making the checks.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we update the APD fact sheet that I asked for about what the National Guard is doing? Because we have not updated the community about any changes to what the National Guard was here to be doing. So can we update the APD? You guys put together a really nice, I think Lauren Keene did it, Laura did a nice little fact sheet about what they're doing, what they're wearing. Can we add anything that maybe I didn't ask about or don't know that they're doing, but any updates to what the National Guard is doing, update that fact sheet so we can get that out to the community?
Yes, Councilor.
Thank you.
Counselors, is there a motion for EC 535?
Madam President, I'll make a motion to accept.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Moving on to, is there any, we moved on from that. And moving on to announcements, Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. The Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, December 3rd is canceled.
Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee on Monday, December 8th. We will be holding that meeting here in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers at 5 p.m. basement level. And it will be a hybrid meeting.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
President Masson, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, December 10th at 5 p.m. is canceled.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a local government coordinating commission special meeting on Thursday, December 11th at 5 p.m. in the Bernalillo County Building, Ken Sanchez Commission Chambers. It's also a hybrid meeting.
Thank you. Under financial instruments, 099 was deferred, so we have no others. We are moving on. We have no appeals tonight, which puts us at general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website Friday. There is a 2-minute time limit and a bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. Mr. Cornelius, will you please call the name of the first speaker, and if you are on deck, please start moving your way to the front.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is David Cordova, followed by Shannon Molina.
Good evening, esteemed council members. My name is Shannon Cordova. I'm coming to you on behalf of my husband, David Cordova. I'm his wife and power of attorney. He is a whistleblower for Bernalillo County. It is with great regret and urgency that we must bring this to your attention, the misdeeds happening on your watch. On January 7, 2021, a serious incident occurred at Bernalillo County Juvenile Detention Center, resulting in a riot that has profoundly changed my husband's life. At the time, he was employed as a youth program officer too, focusing on intake and master control. Due to staffing shortages on that day, he was reassigned from his specialized role to serve as a floater. He was called to the F unit to allow an inmate some time outside of his cell. As other inmates returned to the pod, chaos erupted, leading to a riot. Video footage, evidence that is being withheld from us, from the incident reveals an officer stepping to the side, which allowed an inmate to attack my husband, leaving him unconscious. Following the assault, he did not receive immediate medical attention despite having 2 medical personnel on site. He was eventually taken to the emergency room where he was left alone and no call was made to me. The injuries my husband sustained during the riot resulted in a traumatic brain injury that has significantly impacted his life. My husband enlisted the help of workers' compensation attorney at Pazonia Law. However, only during settlement negotiations that we discovered troubling alterations made to his medical diagnosis. It appears that Pazonia Law collaborated with opposing counsel Lynn Phillips for the county, Lynn Phillips and Associates with the county, to downplay the severity of his condition. They relied on a non-MD to modify the diagnosis given by a professional medical doctor who had confirmed that he had sustained a traumatic brain injury, along with other symptoms. Since then, we have uncovered substantial misconduct, notably on no incident report was filed
Madam President,
Yes,
regarding
Counselor
the
Champagne.
riot.
may the speaker be allowed to continue, please?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
The inmate who attacked my husband should have been placed in intake as he had been sentenced the same day according to policy and procedure. Moreover, attempted manslaughter charges were never pursued despite the fact that my husband's state could have resulted in death. We decided to blow the whistle on these issues and approach the district attorney with our concerns. Unfortunately, this resulted in retaliation, and my husband's employment with Bernalillo County was terminated the same day as the DA. The actions of various individuals within the Bernalillo County Detention Center, Bernalillo County, and the Associated Legal Counsel have been deeply concerning. We have documented 11 videos and also over 400 emails that compile a list of illegal actions on Instagram page Simply Metals with 2 S's, which outlines some of the wrongdoing and provide evidence. There you will find information about the misconduct, not only the risk management, but also their conspiracy to tamper with evidence during an official police investigation. We urge you to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter before taxpayers are burdened with some potential hefty consequences of these events. Legal papers have been filed, and I have my number for you guys to reach me at.
Thank you.
I don't know, I can give this to.
You can go ahead and give it to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, I think we have Mason Graham, followed by Cesar Marquez.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Mason Graham, I'm the Policy Director for Common Cause New Mexico. Here to talk about today is the first day for early voting in the runoff election, which is taking place next week. 5 members of this council have personally participated in a runoff election, but 3 of those members voted against the ordinance that would transition Albuquerque elections to a ranked choice voting system, solution that would eliminate this costly and confusing second election. In addition, one of the clearest problems with the current system is that runoffs create the perfect conditions for negative campaigning and divisive politics. Instead of focusing on what they will do for the people, candidates are often default to tearing down their opponents. These tactics do not strengthen democracy, they erode it. They fuel voter cynicism, increase distrust in government, and ultimately drive people away from the ballot box altogether. And this type of dirty politics has been on full display throughout the regular and this runoff election cycle. So I think we can all agree that city leaders are more effective when they hold the respect and confidence of their constituents, whether those constituents voted for them or not. So the bottom line is simple. Ranked choice voting gives our voters true freedom of choice, strengthens representative democracy, and breaks this negative cycle of zero-sum campaigning. It ensures winners have broad support without forcing voters, candidates, or taxpayers through another election. RCV is not a partisan issue, and I know you've heard us talk about this a lot lately, but it's a good government solution, and it's time for Albuquerque to adopt it. Thank you.
Cesar Marquez, followed by Justin Rogers.
Could I get the overhead? And I'm gonna need a second to set up real quick. I'll try to be quick, I promise. Can you see it? Okay, this will work. I need to. Better. You all see? Perfect. Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Cesar Marquez. I am a senior organizer with Common Cause New Mexico. And today I would like to take just a couple of minutes to explain how ranked choice voting works by doing a simple demonstration. So let's say that we have an election. We're trying to pick our favorite color. Our candidates are red, blue, green, yellow, and orange, right? And in order to represent our vote, we're going to rank them in order of preference from 1 to 5. And so I will demonstrate that now. So let's say that red is my favorite color. So I'm going to put red on top, followed by green, yellow, blue, and lastly orange. As you can see, this is one vote. Here we have other pre-assembled votes. In this election, there's a total of 11 votes total, meaning that in order to win with the majority, you have to reach 50% plus 1, which in this case we do not have. So I'm going to put my vote here. Now, instead of having another expensive runoff like we are right now, we're going to spend $1.6 million. We can save that money by applying an instant runoff, which Las Cruces and Santa Fe already have. So in this case, we asked the question, did somebody reach a majority of 50% plus 1? The answer is no. So what we do now is we eliminate the last place. So in this case, it's orange. We distribute the vote. And then we ask ourselves the same question. Did anybody reach a majority of 50% plus 1? The answer is no. So we continue the runoff elimination process. We eliminate green. We once again distribute the votes. We see that nobody has reached a majority yet. And so we continue the process. We eliminate yellow in this case. We distribute the votes. And we see that red has reached a majority with 6 votes. This is how instant runoffs work, very easy. If I can explain it in less than 2 minutes, then I think voters of New Mexico, Albuquerque, can understand how this concept works. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them for you. Thank you.
Justin Rogers, followed by Francesco Artist. Francesco Artist, followed by Lisa Christofferson.
When you are in the business of making and enforcing the laws, you don't get to break the laws to cover up the laws were broken. Complicit, otherwise known as accomplice, collusion, and conspiracy of being involved in or aware of something wrong, immoral, unethical, or illegal. I have provided each of you with additional information, plus I have a packet here for the Tim Keller administration, similar to the ones that you have, so they can't lie again about not having documents in hand while having the documents in hand by fraudulently claiming of not being on notice of the matter of Mayor Keller's illegal wall. While the Keller administration maliciously stating into the record they have no idea what I'm talking about and that I can never prove that the Keller admin and I ever had any contact on this matter. Lucky for me, all these council meetings are recorded and archived, showing us having all kinds of contact on the matter of Mayor Keller's illegal wall. Silence while turning a blind eye makes you just as guilty as the bad guy.
Lisa Christofferson, followed by Janet Sayers.
Justin is here now.
Hi, my name is just called right before. Can I jump in, Justin? Is that all right?
Justin Rogers, followed by Lisa Christofferson.
Okay. All right. Good evening, President and Council. My name is Justin Rogers. I've just moved to District 2 from a different district, so Hello, Councilor Baca. So Debbie is my counselor. Just wanted to speak real briefly in support of ranked choice voting, which I hope you will consider in the upcoming session. I'm sure you've been hearing all the support from people, so I don't need to repeat how much money the runoff election costs, or the way that ranked choice has reflected voters' preferences and happiness in many other elections. I just wanted to add my voice to it and bring up some numbers from previous elections, which is that actually many of you on the council were elected with fewer votes in the runoff than you had in the general election. For example, President Bassan, you earned 5,116 votes in the general election, and then only 4,186 in the runoff. Councilor Rogers, you earned 2,974 in the general election, despite there being 4 or 5 candidates, and then only 2,416 in the runoff. So I don't know why we're electing people with fewer votes the second time. That wasn't enough to elect them the first time. Some of my friends here and I didn't really want to be here today, but we took a little vote, and 4 people said they would go to council, 3 people said let's go to Dion's, 3 people said let's go to Sadie's. So council won with a minor plurality. So I would urge you to consider the RCV, which will better reflect our preferences next year. Thank you.
Lisa Christofferson, followed by Janet Sayers.
Hi. President Bassan, city councilors, I rise to make public statement today to express public appreciation. It is the Thanksgiving weekend, or that time of season, for 2 public entities and 2 private entities. So in that spirit, in the season of gratitude, I want to thank the Southwestern Albuquerque firefighters for once again saving my life last week. Thank you so much for the CPR. Thank you for your compassion and professionalism. I also want to thank, and I'll just use it as an example, to the Albuquerque Police Department, which doesn't happen very often. So while I was at the hospital with family and friend, my mother went to Walgreens for some medicine, leaving my father at home alone for just a short enough time. He escaped from our house in his little chonies and made it across the street. I want to thank the police officers who responded and kept both my father and my mother safe. My father presently at this time is in the hospital. I'm going to leave here and go over there. But I want to thank all the healthcare professionals at the Lovelace Hospital downtown and at the Heart Hospital. They are amazing. Their professionalism and the empathy and the care and the concern that they demonstrated were exceptional. And I really mean, and I've been in and out of hospitals a lot. My family are all hospital type people. I'm the only teacher actually in my whole family. And I'm telling you, it was an exceptional time that we were there. The very kind, very caring, very concerned. So those are all the thank yous. I'm in need of a victims packet. I know that you had asked for that. Albuquerque DVSAC did the packet. The whole purpose was to keep them together so they could be found in one place. So you didn't have to go to the court. You didn't have to go to all these different agencies. It was supposed to have it all together in one. The language translation is all there. So I'm in need of a packet if somebody has one.
Janet Sayers, followed by Anami Das.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council, and I'm Janet Sayers, once again, still a resident of District 9, but grew up in District 7. So, well, I was going to thank Councilor Sanchez for his 4 years of service, but he's somewhere. Anyway, thank you for your 4 years of service, and may the future hold good things for you. A quick report on our the Library Advisory Board working with members of the legislature. We got a good response from Representative Eleanor Sanchez, who has a very unusually shaped district, kind of the west side, northwest, and southwest, and she's interested in giving $100,000 in capital outlay. So I'm very pleased about that. Had a nice conversation with the DLA for Senator Maestas, who also indicated interest in our project. And then just before I came today, I got a call from the office of Representative Nicole Chavez, who it looks like she's going to help support. And she represents a very far part of the Northeast. And so that's that part. Okay, I am a card-carrying senior adult, and I'm too busy volunteering to use the services of Senior Affairs. But this was in my newspaper, I believe, this morning. A very nice, a very nice brochure. However, I'm just curious. I'm going to find out if the city paid for this or if the newspaper donated it, because the library doesn't have any money to print materials other than flyers. And this is paid for by our, library foundation. And then just in closing, the Amafka Snowman will be up tomorrow, and UNM Lobo football had a winning season. So life is good in the 505.
Thank you, Ms. Sayers. Stay there real quick, please.
Sayers.
Ms. Sayers, stay there.
Thank
Councilor
you,
Grau.
Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Sayers, for your advocacy for our libraries. I think it's very important. From the moment children are born, they can be interested in reading and all that it has to offer. Couple of questions. Do you know the hours for the library? I got an email from somebody that the library at Lomas and Tramway was closed on Sundays. Is that normal?
Was closed on
Sunday.
Yes, there's only 5 branches that are open on Sunday, and that is not one of them.
Not one of them. Okay, don't go anywhere. Madam CAO, can I ask why we don't have more libraries open? I think that's one service that's very important to our children and families. They're doing homework on Sunday afternoon and evening, and a library would be a good resource for them to do their homework. Can
Madam
you
CAO?
explain that? And then I want to follow up about the advertising.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I don't know that our library director of arts and culture is here, but we manage the hours of the libraries based upon available staffing, staffing hours, and I think we also manage it based upon demand and times at which they have the highest volume of participation from the community and use of the libraries. So it is managing within the available citywide budget, and it isn't an excuse. It's managing the budget to ensure that we are able to provide all of the services across the city where the highest demand is.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I have some homework for you. I want you to see if you could go back into the history, the city's history, and see what over the last 10, 15 years the services are, when the libraries have been open. I'd like to see maybe a graph. I bet you guys could, your advisory board is very active. Could you maybe look into that and get some, I'm very curious because I think that reading and education all go hand in hand. And we need to we need to do better, do more for that. And I understand budgeting and so forth, but this is something that I think is our quality of life and our children's quality of life is very important. Next question. Did, Madam CAO, do you know if the city paid for that advertisement?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, I'll have to check into that. I do not know the specific arrangement with the Albuquerque Journal.
Okay, and one follow-up, Madam President. Are your directors, are they upstairs and available for these on the spur of the moment questions?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I don't know. I don't know where every single director is right now for that, but we will look into it and happy to provide the answer.
Okay.
Each of our departments have their own budgets related to printing for distribution of information. This is probably a decision that was, how do we get this printed in the least costly way? Because newspaper print is a very low-cost material for printing of that brochure. In the past, we have printed them through other types of materials for the specific community that likes to receive that in print. It's been important to them to have that catalog.
I do agree. I think the seniors, we all, and I'm a senior now too. And so I'm a visual person and I like to see the paper. So I do understand that. Thank you, Ms. Sayers. Thank you.
And thank you. And if I'm not here on the December, whichever meeting that will be, I just wish everyone and their families a very Merry Christmas and in whatever way that you celebrate the holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam President. Anami Das, followed by Jackie Davis.
Hi, y'all. Madam President, councilors. I wanted to comment on the recent decision that the administration made to use the tragedy that was a homicide in the southeast area of the city to advance legal action against Quirky Books, which is an independent bookstore, one of the few remaining in the country and in the world. I have a really bad habit of looking at government data and reading government policies and calling it a hobby. It's terrible for mental health, but it has made it so that I can recognize, like, I don't know, when people lose the plot a little bit, and I think this is an example of someone losing the plot or someone's goal being the only thing in mind and the tragedy involved where a young man died wasn't adequately considered. Also, looking at the homicide data, you could see that there have been 2 outside Walgreens. We're not suing Walgreens. There has been 1 outside Whole Foods, and we would never sue Whole Foods. What was it? Of the 59 or 60 homicides, 44 were firearms. No one was camped to death. Yeah, focus on the real problems and not petty legal issues from years-long cases. Thank you.
Jackie Davis, followed by Michelle Gaidelis.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. I want to start by echoing my fellow speakers in support of ranked choice voting. I voted in the runoff this morning. I wish I didn't have to return during final season to do that. I also wanted to say thank you for passing 098 to protect vulnerable road users. I'm happy to see that this is now law. I've previously been before the council to advocate for safer crossings where there were none. The issue I want to address today is how we can make existing crossings safer. Currently at traffic lights with high pedestrian traffic near the university, you're allowed to turn right on red. When we're turning right on red, we may be looking to our left for a gap in oncoming traffic. We may not notice right away that the walk signal is on or that there are people in the crosswalk. Where there are multiple lanes, often the car in the left lane blocks our view of vulnerable road users coming from both sides. This is especially true as the city is adding leading pedestrian intervals to intersections in an effort to further protect these vulnerable road users. I travel through UNM's main campus on a daily basis, and I've personally seen quite a few close calls where a driver was not aware of people in the crosswalk because they were attempting to turn right on a red light. This is a particular issue at Yale and Cornell intersections on Central, but I strongly suspect it is not limited to just these 2. I am humbly asking that we prohibit right turns on red, at least during peak hours, at these high pedestrian traffic intersections adjacent to the university, and that we take a deep look at what other steps can be taken to make existing crossings safer so everyone can make it home to their families. Thank you.
Michelle Gaidelis, followed by Let's Otvo.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. My name is Michelle Gaidelis, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. First, I wanted to thank you for passing the updates to our traffic codes. It shows real effort to reducing the traffic injuries and fatalities that plague our city and state. Tonight, I'm here to urge you to continue this momentum by prioritizing safe streets through comprehensive and achievable action. Vision Zero works when we layer multiple strategies. We need quick wins paired with long-term planning that treats transportation as connected, not siloed. Here are some ideas. Enhance public transit to and from the Sunport, extend service hours to 10 p.m. on bus routes and midnight along the ARC corridor, prioritize protected and connected bike lanes and launch a bike share program, extend ART to the west side and begin planning additional rapid transit and light rail options. On street design, get rid of slip lanes, implement no turn on red citywide, and continue to deploy the red light cameras, speed cameras, radar signs across the city, and require strict data governance to ensure safety tools like that don't become surveillance tools. Here's the critical part. Zoning is transportation policy. Oh, and I almost forgot, and of course, don't continue to design and rebuild roads that physically slow traffic to the speed that you actually want. So anyway, zoning is transportation policy. Transit-oriented development fundamentally reduces dangerous car trips and allows people to live car-free and car-light. Increasing density through zoning changes also means less parking is needed. Fewer parking lots reduces stormwater runoff and creates green space instead of asphalt heat islands. Safe streets and smart zoning create neighborhoods where people thrive. When we invest in housing near transit, extend service to evenings and weekends, and slow traffic, we tell Albuquerque your life matters, your safety matters, and your access matters. I urge you to adopt these policies, make Albuquerque a city where getting around safely is possible for everyone. Thanks.
Let's Adva, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Overhead, please. Madam President, council members, as we all well know, it's been said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So a small video will be worth thousands of words. This incident occurred at 625 Lotus Avenue, a place that children go to. It involves the Lotus security system people that are, I assume, contracted by the private building there to perform security for the public entities housed within. Where the police seem to think that they were more concerned about trespassing individuals exercising their constitutionally guaranteed right to film in public than to take the report given to them about the incident and the assaults that occurred.
Don't delete that. That's a public record. Hey, you guys got to go. You guys got to touch me. Don't touch me. You guys want to don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm not touching you. Do not touch me. You have no right to do not touch me. I'm not touching you. Do not touch me.
They're not in uniform. There's no identification on these people. There's no badge. They could be an armed gang of thugs. I could be there reporting a sexual crime. I might be turned away. If they can violate my rights, someone that knows their rights, imagine what they do to somebody that doesn't know their rights.
He grabbed his sexual organ in my face. It's not a private area. No, yes, that's a state office. Well, the camera doesn't lie, sir. Yeah. Very well. Okay, what does it say?
This guy's in training on the bottom left, being trained by a supposedly seasoned officer to trespass people from a public area.
Brick Jonesy, followed by Miguel Alvarez.
So I'm sure you guys don't want to see the picture, but it's too bad because this is public comment. This guy right here, I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's security, maintenance. Who is Lotus? Lotus apparently is security or maintenance or something to do with 625 Silver. That's the Family Advocacy Center. It's interesting you were talking about some kind of award for the DVRC or something like that earlier. I don't keep up with every detail of every portion of the city. I thank you guys for that. But this part right here, this is my job. This is my job, to find the corruption. This individual right here grabbing his nuts in front of children, trying to trespass us from a public access. I mean, we're always working on stories in all public access. I mean, I know you guys know it by now. Maybe he didn't. Cedillo did. Cedillo, we've had interaction with him before at the public defender's office, which happens to be located in a bank, a private building, but public access nonetheless. The thing is, we cannot be trespassed for exercising our constitutionally protected activities in a public access where there are no restrictions. Yet these individuals seem to believe not only that they can do this, but that they can grab their nuts. Well, him at least. I don't know about the other two. They didn't have any problem with it. The officers that we reported it to didn't have any problem with it. In fact, there was an officer standing right there when he did it the second time. I mean, it's up to you guys whether you want to let this go on. Department of Children, Family, Youth, and Families is in there. Developmental Disabilities is in there. Immigration Law Office is in there. There's actually a lot of affiliated offices through that very building. Me walking in with a camera shouldn't be an issue. If there are restricted access areas, one, it should be posted. Number two is that it is your responsibility, it is their responsibility to ensure for the public that they are indeed locked, so that someone like me who's pressed doesn't just walk in. Lock up the restricted access areas and get rid of this guy grabbing his nuts in front of the children.
Thank you, Mr. Jonesy.
Miguel Alvarez, followed by Peter Martin.
I'd like to find out a few things what's been going on in the last couple of years. Keller and the chief of police, a couple of years ago, there was a shooting up in the mountains where two police officers shot this poor guy that had a mental capacity. And when they went to court, one of the prosecutors said that because the family got $30,000, they were going to set these two cops free. The thing is that $30,000 the family got was only enough to bury the poor guy and pay whatever medical bills he had left. Now, I found out that those two police officers were hired by the city to train the police officers at the school, and I don't think that that's a fair judgment for the family and the people that knew the guy. This is something that shouldn't have never happened, but I found out that it's a fact. Another thing that's fact also, 13 years ago, when Barry was the mayor, there was over $100,000 that the federal government gave to Barry and some of the city councilors to help the store owners that were on Central having a bad time. And instead of the city of Albuquerque or the city councilors at that time giving them the money the way the federal government had it down on paper, went and told them, we'll give you $2,000 if you pay it back at 18%. These people weren't selling any of their products. They didn't have any money except for what they had in the bank to survive. And that money disappeared. Nobody knows where it's at. And then another $100,000 that the federal government gave the city for the homeless. Only 4 people got $900 out of it. And that money disappeared. Nobody knows where it went. It didn't go back to the federal government. So where is all that money that the city of Albuquerque should have gotten?
Your time is up, sir. Thank you for speaking.
Peter Martin, followed by Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick.
Madam President and members of the council, thank you for the time this evening. My name is Peter Martin. A little background on myself. I'm originally from Las Cruces, New Mexico, and I moved up here about 1.5 years ago because I got a job on Congressman Gabe Vasquez's electoral campaign in 2024. Before that, I'd worked on a number of state house, state senate, and municipal, as well as issue campaigns in Las Cruces. So I come at this issue of how we vote with a bit of a unique perspective. I guess I didn't mention I'm here to speak in support of ranked choice voting, if you didn't put that together. So electoral politics is my bread and butter. And I just want to say I have no worse nightmare than working a runoff election. Speaking for myself, after breaking my back for 5 to 6 months trying to get somebody I believe in elected, there's just no bigger middle finger I could receive than being asked to run a runoff election. And here's the real deal. I know some of the people who work on your campaigns. I would call some of them friends. I'm not going to name names or anything, but I will say that what they don't want to tell you personally is that they want ranked choice voting as well. You know, I don't work for any of you, so I'm happy to say that with my chest right here, right now. But I'll just say it means less fundraising has to happen, fewer doors have to be knocked, and everybody gets to enjoy their Thanksgiving. Ranked choice voting is just good for everyone, man. You should support it. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a good evening.
Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by James Freeman.
Ranked choice voting, please. Ranked choice voting rocks. And it's simple, and again, you all have done it. Thank you so much. So I am led to understand that there is an exception to our no secret police rule. And that exception is narcotics officers. And they wear masks like this. Theirs were black. And they freaked me out. So I think that if they're doing stuff that's so you know, scary, and they need to hide themselves like that, then I would appreciate it if they weren't doing, you know, sweeps and busts and jump-ins at the Rock at noonday when I'm trying to get some breakfast. I don't know how I'm gonna go over time with this one, but it seriously, I really want to echo, you know, just how much the runoff can really put a damper on the holiday spirits. It's a shame that it is the way that is, and it's also very interesting. Cesar did a great presentation. I really just want to echo what my friends have said. So, thank you.
James Freeman, followed by Teresa Garcia.
Thank you, Garrett. Good evening, y'all. I am still James Freeman from District 4. First, I wanted to talk tonight about an event that's happening on December 17th. We call this the March and the Vigil, where we read off the names of people that have died in the past 12 months who experienced homelessness, or people that supported people that experienced homelessness. So this event will happen December 17th at 1 p.m. We'll start at Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless at the Vigil Wall, and then we will march and carry signs and over to Civic Plaza. The city has been gracious and allowed us to read the names at Civic Plaza. I believe there'll be food provided by Triple H. Last year, 2 out of 9 of y'all showed up to this event, and the mayor. I would really like to see a little more than 2 out of 9, but I won't hold my breath. But thank you again for the opportunity. Also, I wanted to talk about a show that's on Pluribus. This is a show from the same creative team that brought us Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. And it's very Albuquerque-centric, as you can imagine. Has anyone seen the show, maybe? In the 4th episode, the mayor actually does a cameo, and he plays himself, the mayor of Albuquerque. And it kind of blew my mind during a campaign season that he was able, the main character, these aren't my words, I'm quoting, the main character walks up to him and says, "Hi, do I know you?" And he says, "Hi." And she says, "Holy fuck, you're the mayor." And he goes, "Thank you for your vote." During the election time, I think that's kind of odd. More people have seen this show than saw Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul combined. It's one of the biggest shows in the world right now, and the mayor did that during the election. I think we already have sweatshirt gate about people buying sweatshirts for homeless people that say, "I love Keller," but nobody's talking about how much of a campaign video he made out of this show. Did he pay to be on that show as a campaign? Did the city pay for him to be on that show? Was he paid to do that? I think these are valid questions during a campaign. Thank you.
Teresa Garcia, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening, Council President and councilors. My name is Teresa Garcia, and I'm speaking to you today as a community member in my personal capacity and as a survivor. I'm here because this issue is not theoretical for me. It is deeply personal. As a survivor who has directly experienced harm caused by gaps in training and understanding with APD, I know how critical it is that our systems respond with empathy, cultural competence, and trauma-informed practice. I, like many others, have been re-victimized by the very system that was supposed to protect me, including the very public victimization that me and my children have recently endured. We can and we must do better. Across our city, there are experts, providers, culturally specific leaders, legal partners, advocates, and lived experience voices who have been working together to close gaps, strengthen coordination, and improve safety responses. These leaders have been ready and willing to support development, delivery, and updating the training for APD and first responders and statewide requirements. According to the Executive Communication EC 25-522, the agreement you voted on has one single provider contract to create domestic violence training for APD. DVRC is a local program, and this is not about discrediting their work or the incredible advocates who serve survivors every day, which I had the honor to train while serving as a Director of Training and Communications for the New Mexico Coalition Against Domestic Violence. The concern is that a single provider model for APD cannot meet the needs of a complex citywide crisis. Survivors deserve a coordinated, collaborative response informed by multiple perspectives and culturally responsive experts. Therefore, I respectfully ask the Council to support a collaborative model for training that includes multiple providers and voices across the field, not a siloed structure. Transparency and accountability for training and development and implementation, and regular and transparent reporting so that the community can understand outcomes and ensure survivor-centered improvement. As someone who has lived this, I know the difference that training can make, and it can save lives or it can fail them. Survivors should never be harmed by the system responses rooted in misunderstanding, stigma, or lack of proper training. 60% of survivors are falsely arrested. I am one of them, and 40% of survivors, 40% of cases come out of the Southwest Mesa. Training is critical, and it must be collaborative, where it benefits everyone, and all programs have the same opportunity for funding and for the effort in training. Thank you so much.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Nicole Finch on Zoom.
Thank you. My name is Ted Niemitzki. Well, what's going on in Albuquerque government? First, ATD went 2014, went through federal. Then ATD cops. Now, city attorney general being sued. Well, here I got a letter from Department of Justice, State of New Mexico, yesterday. Took over 1 year to enter. I even forgot what was about it. Then, bottom line, that was no violation, but we encourage you to work with them, what you've been doing. Well, that's exactly what I never thought that I end up with that it's gonna be criminal case. Yes, that's get me something to think. Can it be not only civil, also criminal? Because city council, what they doing, that is violating Open Meeting Act, violating city trust, etc., etc. What kind of experts do we have? Traffic calming, mining and technology, engineer study. My son graduated from a mining school. He couldn't find a job. He had to go to all over the 4 different states. That is city of Albuquerque picture. Thank you.
Nicole Finch on Zoom.
Oh, I appear to be fuzzy. I'm not sure how to fix that. There we go. Madam President, councilors, I'm Nicole Finch. I'm a member of the Library Advisory Board. I do not have an answer to the exact question that Councilor Grout asked earlier tonight. I don't know the answer about how library hours have changed over the past decade. I do have my notes from the last Library Advisory Board meeting, and I have some interesting notes here. The Albuquerque Bernalillo County Library has 19 branches. That includes the 16 branches in the city and the 3 outside of the city and the county. That is the same number of branches as Baltimore County, Maryland. They also have 19 library branches. The difference is that Baltimore County has about 500 library employees for those branches, and we have about 162 employees for those branches. So when you hear that the library hours are based on the staffing, that's a huge part of it, and I just wanted to share that difference with another municipality that's similar to us in that way. In addition to that, I wanted to point out that I have been using the library to help me research topics of interest to the City Council, and I saw that for the next meeting, that there's going to be a rental practices ordinance on the agenda. And so I wanted to learn about that. And so I checked out a book from the library called There Is No Place for Us, Working and Homeless in America by Brian Goldstone. And it gave me a lot of good information that helped inform me about those rental practices ordinances and how that can help renters in Albuquerque. So I want to thank the library for providing us with such excellent resources, and I'm really glad to hear that we're still making progress on getting capital outlay funds and set aside funds for that HVAC for the main library branch. Thank you.
Madam President, I cannot find Isaac Gonzalez in Zoom, so that does conclude general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. General public comment is complete. We're on to approvals this evening. We're going to start with OC 47, the Office of Inspector General's annual report for fiscal year 2025. I move a receipt be noted. There's a second by Madam Vice President. Councilors, Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. Is the acting Inspector General here? On Zoom, okay. All right.
We're on the Inspector General's report, so Mr. Pacheco is here. He's the interim Inspector General.
Gotcha.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Madam President, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. So in your report, and thank you, and I know you're filling an important position. It covers 427 complaints that were received by you all in 2025. I realize that you can't investigate every one of those, obviously, but you do review and look at all those and make decisions on what to investigate. And then there are 16 reports that were issued in 2025, and by that, I assume that means that they go through the entire process and they're reported out of the AGO committee. Is that correct? These 16 that you mentioned in the report?
Yes, that is correct. They would go to the AGO committee and they would review them and either approve them or disapprove them.
Right. So, and just because I want to be clear on the timeline, and maybe you can help me, out of the 16 reports, well, I understand there were 9 reports that were submitted that were investigated throughout this year. They went to a completed investigation by the Inspector General at the time, and then were given to the AGO committee in May. So out of those nine reports, how many of them are reflected in these 16 reports?
I believe,
Or maybe another way to answer that is, how many of those 9 are not reflected in these 16 reports?
I believe when those 9 were presented on April 9th, 3 were approved, so 3 would be in this report. 6 were deferred by the AGO committee, and then that's when they chose to do that outside review.
Okay. And then, so there were 6 of them that they referred at that time, so in April. And they had another meeting in the summer, and then the review came back. So out of those 6, were there any others that had been reported on since then?
2.
There's 2 though, so now we're down to 4.
2, yes, sir.
Right. Okay, so 2, I think we're at the last meeting in August, I believe, right, or September?
It was October 15th.
October 15th,
last
okay.
one.
So there's 4 that are remaining.
Yes, sir.
And do you know where those stand?
Yes, I anticipate having 2 ready possibly by the end of next week. And the way that it works is once I get these reports complete, it goes through an internal review with my 2 investigators, because we're only an office of 3 right now, so we're very short-staffed. And then from there, it'll go to our OIG legal for review. And then from there, I do a report that goes to the administration that has the findings and recommendations, if there are any, and they have time to review them.
Madam President, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So once it goes through our internal review, goes through our OIG legal review, and then the report is, the draft is complete, and then we send a summary to the administration where they will review our findings and recommendations, if there are any. And then after they have time to review, with our new process, we meet with them to go over any questions they may have. And then from there, those responses are put into the report, and then they go to the AGO committee, where we'll have a special meeting, depending on the reports when they're done, and then they will either approve or
So,
disapprove.
Madam President, where are those 4 reports, where do they stand right now? I mean, they've already been submitted to the AGO, to the committee.
Well, they have submitted, but our office is doing an addendum to those reports based on,
So they were submitted back on May 9th, but then they asked you all to do a review, and that review was done by an outside auditor.
yes.
And then they came back to you, and then the committee, I'm assuming, reviewed the review. So where are they now?
The reports, original reports are still in their draft form, but
They're still, I'm sorry, they're
their
still,
original reports are still in the draft form that were submitted on April 9th. But with the AGO, they wanted the reports to be reviewed again, so I have to do pretty much a
Okay.
review of the reports all over. And then I'm doing addendum reports to these original reports. And that's those 2 reports, if you looked at our website, and I also sent them to the City Council, I believe there's the original report, and then the addendum report is attached to our website.
okay, Madam President, so we have an addendum report to those reports after the review was done, and then the committee has given them back to you, and right now you're finalizing the addendum reports to those? Is that what's going on?
To the 4, yes. They're being, I guess you could say, re-looked at each report. And there's some stuff that I had that wasn't in the original reports that I'm putting into these new addendum reports. So once they are, these are the addendum reports are the ones that are going to get approved by the AGO committee. But the originals will also be posted to the website.
When's the next AGO committee meeting?
Whenever I finish these addendum reports, there'll be a special meeting. I believe the next one on the calendar is in March.
In March? So you don't see those reports being made public till when?
As soon as I get the next 2 done, then they will go through a special AGO meeting. So I anticipate either by the end of December or early January for the next 2.
No. So, Madam President, I mean, the committee has, I mean, otherwise, I mean, your job and involvement in that process obviously is to take the direction of the committee. could you see how that, I mean, could that process have been, could it been any more efficient or more, or let's just call it, could all of that have happened in, say, August?
In August, no, because REDW's final assessment wasn't out until October 3rd.
Yeah.
And then once their assessment was out, that's when I was able to go and review what the final report and work off their comments to begin my review of those reports.
And Madam President, and what are those reports about?
Being that they're still being investigated according to our ordinance, I cannot state what they're about.
Yeah, and I knew you'd say that. I guess what concerns me the most is, and again, you know, I'm not no fault to anyone here, but our process is set up to be able to. I mean, you guys did a lot of hard work. I mean, there was hard work done on those investigations for over a year, I believe. You know, on at least 4 of those investigations that were completed and then submitted by the Inspector General back in May, so 6 months ago. And in between that 6 months, certainly there's got to be a process to review those reports. We even have, I mean, it's written into our laws, the administration. I mean, if it's a report, investigation on the city council, or whether it be in the administration, there's an opportunity to be able to write responses, for legal to look at those, and for the final document to be revealed. So that's all part of that process. But there is, you know, when someone's the object of an investigation, there is something to say about an expedient process as well, you know. And for 6 months, these reports have been reviewed. So, and I've read I've read the review, you know, from the auditor, or at least synopsises of those reviews. And so we have these 6 reports, again, investigated for a year. They've been submitted 6 months ago, and over the last 6 months, there's this long process of reviewing the reviewer, and that's still what you're a part of. You're still a part of reviewing the original reviewer, the original investigation, and now writing addendums, and you know, after getting a review from an outside auditor. And so you got 6 months that go by, and if I were the focus of that, or anybody were the focus of that investigation, you know, it comes to a point where it doesn't seem fair to those that are being investigated, or those, you know, you want either to be able to clear your name or to be able to learn something. Now, most of the reports and most of the investigations you do, there's always something to learn, and that's really what the ultimate result should be, right? I mean, that the administration, if there was something done wrong, if something by the council or our staff that was you know, done inappropriately, that we learn from that process, right? Right now, for 6 months, it's been about what the investigators should learn by how to investigate, you know? And so we've got to, I think, just for the sake of transparency, the sake of, you know, justice of those who are, you know, being investigated, of bringing these to an expedient conclusion. You would agree with that, right? I mean, that's a part of.
Yes, I agree with you. Believe me, I would like to have those reports out months ago, but I have to do my job correctly, and I got to make sure these addendum reports have everything is based factually and can be backed up. So that's where I'm at, and
Yeah.
this is new territory for me. And
Sure.
I've been with the office for 17 years, and this has never happened before, so this is a learning curve for me too. The way that the Inspector General left on her terms, that is something that's never happened, and to take over, it's been very stressful. But with my 2 investigators, we are doing the best we can, and I think we're doing a good job, and we're keeping our independence.
Madam President, no doubt you're doing a good job, sir. I mean, it's not a reflection on you and your work, and certainly even your predecessor. I mean, you know, for all we know, I mean, it was, again, a lot of investigations done here, a lot of time and energy put into it. So not a reflection of that. But Madam President, I guess, you know, one more thing. I mean, in your opinion, why 6 months? I mean, in your opinion, why for these 4 reports, you know, 6 months before they, and it sounds like 9 months probably now, maybe a year before they come public?
My work didn't begin until RDW's work was done, and they started, first meeting with them was May 6th. That's when we had our first meeting with RDW.
Madam President, I understand that, sir. This is not a reflection. I guess I'm just
Well,
want
I'm saying that's why-
I want to get your opinion on it, you know,
That's
now
why
that you're in there.
I started actually working on them October.
Yeah.
So,
You know,
and I apologize, but I will have them done as soon as I can, and they will be.
Madam President, do you have an opinion on why they've taken 6 months? Why they're not out and published by now?
Well, like I said, I didn't start till October. It's not 6, it took the review from May through October to get done. And that was on REDW's.
On your part, I'm talking
my
about.
part? Well.
No, I mean,
after
Madam
you
President,
have-
the reports were submitted, and typically, once they're submitted on May 9th,
Yes.
they would be reviewed, and, you know, within a period of time, a month or so, they would be made public. And so why, you know, 16 investigations that were made public pretty quickly, and why 4 that were, I mean, you could see why someone would be saying, well, who's the focus of those investigations, you know? I mean, it leaves itself open to so many questions about what's the focus of those investigations? What are they about? Why in the world would they take 6 months for them to become public? Any
Well,
opinion on it at all?
The AGO committee decided to have the outside firm do these reviews, and
Yeah.
after that, it's up to the AGO to approve these reports, so.
Well, Madam President, I mean, again, maybe it's the process that we've set up, and I think it needs some serious look at reforming this whole process. I mean, I think the public deserves it, and I think whoever the objective is, those investigations deserve it. I think we're on the same page, sir, and I know you're in probably in a difficult position. You got a committee that you have to answer to as well, a committee that we set up, by the way, that this council set up, and the administration, you know, I mean, without pinpointing, you know, or putting blame or anything else, I think it's important that we at least raise the issue that this is a long time. And if it's the process that's taken a long time, then we got to take a serious look at the ordinance that created this process and what we could do to change it. Thank you.
Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here. I just have a couple questions, just reviewing the report and looking at the breakdown of complaints coming in the volume. Out of 427 complaints, 237 of them were DMD.
Yes.
And so I just wanted, you know, what are the predominant types of allegations that come out of DMD?
Those 237 were mostly parking, like violations, like this car is parked too close to a median, and it's a lot to do with ordinances where the way houses are built these days, like there's not enough parking, so they break the rules because there's not enough parking in front of their houses. And a lot of the complaints, the complainant seems to have gone to 311 to see how many complaints are going through DMD, and then they would refer those 311s to us. And a lot of the times, DMD stated that they have to actually see the violation, the car parked there, to give a ticket. They cannot just go off the picture sent by the complainant, because when they go, the vehicle's not there. So a lot of those DMDs were mostly parking violations at home residences.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so does your department look at, you know, volume and which departments you're seeing a lot of volume, and doing targeted audits or anything that, like proactive, anything if you see a pattern?
We don't have enough staff to be proactive, to tell you the truth.
Thank you, which leads me to my next question. You currently have 2 investigators and 1 lead investigator, so it's a department of 3 and no permanent inspector general, which, you know, I think you do the best that you can, but I really just think it's hard for me to have confidence with that many complaints coming in that you can even go through, I mean, that many. And I think to Councilor Lewis's point, you know, just thinking about the structure of oversight, you I would be interested in recommendations about that, because I think that we definitely need to give you more resources.
Yeah, you're correct, we are way understaffed. If you look, I'm just gonna say the CPOA, they have 22 employees in their realm just to look at APD, and we have to look at the whole city, contractors and vendors with 4 when fully staffed. And then going back to you regarding the 6 months, during that time period also, the Board of Ethics had us do an investigation, and that takes priority. So from the middle of August till October 1st, the 2 investigators were doing that investigation and were out in the field and completing that report for the Board of Ethics. So that took time as well, away from the other investigations.
Thank you, Madam President, would that be considered a special investigation? Because I
Yes.
saw that there weren't any special investigations listed in the report, so I was shocked,
That's a special investigation, but it's for this new fiscal year.
Got
So
it,
it'll be
okay.
in the next year.
So in the next year's report, we'll see special investigations about campaign practices
Yes.
and that type of stuff. Okay. Thank you so much. I think one more question just about the cases where, I was really particularly interested in cases where you found substantiated complaints. What's the process there for corrective action? Do you recommend disciplinary action, or how does that work in your department?
We kind of recommend discipline. It's up to the city administration to do that. We do recommendations, and then every 45 days we check to see if corrective actions have been implemented or not. And sometimes it takes a while to get comments back, but then we update our corrective action forms.
Thank you. Madam President, is that something that could go in the report? What corrective actions you recommended and what the administration actually followed through on or not?
Yeah, that can go in our next year's annual report.
I would love to add that to the report. I think that would help us just to echo some of the corrective actions, especially around budget funding, grant funding types of things.
Yes.
I think that would be very helpful.
I can definitely do that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
We are on OC 47. Any other questions or comments, counselors? The motion is for a receipt be noted. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on a 7-2 vote. We're going to go a little out of order since we have Mr. Pacheco here. We're going to go to OC 56, the Office of Inspector General's Annual Whistleblower Report for Fiscal Year 2025. I move a receipt be noted. Second. There's a motion and a second by Madam Vice President. Counselors, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, there is a motion for a receipt be noted on OC 56. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes 9-0. Thank you for being here, Mr. Pacheco. Moving on, we're going to OC 48, the Office of Internal Audit's Annual Report for Fiscal Year 2025. I move a receipt be noted. There's a second by Madam Vice President. I know that Ms. Vargas, our auditor, is on Zoom. If you have any questions or comments, counselors, any? Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here, Ms. Vargas. I have a question about, there is one audit that's missing out of this, and it has to do with the Gibson Gateway. I had asked for an audit almost 3 years ago, and it's not here. And I understand that you're having some trouble getting information from the city attorney's office regarding legal issues related to that project. Can you explain, tell us what's going on there?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, that audit is missing because it's still ongoing, and so we only report on completed reports in our annual reports. Nonetheless, as we were doing research for that audit, we came across some legal matters that we needed some clarification on, and we've been inquiring of the city's legal office whether these matters are settled or not, or where they are in process, and we have yet to receive any answers. We followed up most recently about last week, and then prior to that, last month, and then the prior month.
Okay, thank you. Have you gotten information from the other city departments in a timely manner?
Yes, all of our other requests, because we are having to work with multiple departments, they have been satisfied in a timely manner.
Okay, Madam President, does your office have administrative subpoena power?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, yes, we do.
Have you subpoenaed the information you need?
I have not subpoenaed the information that we need.
Okay. Ms. Keefe, do you understand that the accountability and government ordinance says that all city officials, employees, and contractors shall provide the city auditor full and unrestricted access to all the city offices, employees, records, information, data, reports, plans, projections, all kinds of things, electronic data, property, that they have, and other materials within their custody?
Councilor Bassan, Councilor Grout, I absolutely do. I have to say this did not ring a bell to me, and I have had a very busy few months, and there are things that I know that I haven't responded to people on, and I'm trying. This is not one that I remember at all, so I just searched, and I don't have the last email that I have from Ms. Vargas is from April. And it is not regarding the gateway. It could be that she's contacted someone else and I'm just not aware of it. But I can certainly follow up and make sure that we do respond.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
They have been on this project. Now it'll be 3 years tomorrow. And since April, they've been really actively working on this. And so they're just waiting from the city audit, the city legal's office. So they're waiting on that for information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add, it will be very quick because I've been very involved in those cases that I can very quickly provide an update.
That's great. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions on OC 48? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll ask the same question to a view of adding to the report the recommendations that you give and which are implemented by the administration versus not implemented. Is that something?
I believe we do have that in some tables, but we can make it more readily accessible.
Thank you, Madam President. My apologies if I missed it. I'm quickly scrolling. But it's just the same thing about concerns with capacity and staff. What would you say to that?
The last few years, our office has requested more FTEs, but we understand some of the financial constraints the city is under. If we had more manpower, we could accomplish a lot more audits. We do get numerous requests, especially that since we've increased our outreach efforts and educating everyone the services that we can provide. Nonetheless, we are sort of limited to what we can accomplish every year.
Thank you, Madam President. Last question is, were city departments, individuals that were subject to any of these investigations given full opportunity to respond to allegations, and how do they provide their own evidence? Just curious about accessing the final reports. Do they get the final reports? Do they get to include, any response to those findings?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we issue what we call a draft report. And so part of that process is we have planning, field work, and reporting. In field work that's where we do our testing and identify any potential issues that could evolve into findings in our published reports. That's when we loop in the clients, we get their feedback. It becomes an exercise of what sort of the root cause of the findings, how can they be addressed. From there, we develop feasible recommendations and get buy-in from the clients and the departments. And then from there, after the report is published, after it's submitted to AGO and reviewed and approved, then we follow up every 6 months until those recommendations are implemented and closed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for those answers.
Any other questions or comments, councilors? We're on OC 56. The motion is a receipt be noted. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. I think the next two agenda items. I think it was OC 48. Oh, sorry, that was OC 48. To clarify, thank you. All of the OCs passed. Thank you, for the record. Moving on to final actions, I'm going to do the next two. I think they'll be, I could be wrong, but I think they should be relatively quick, and then we'll take a dinner break. So we're going to move on to P8, Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Knock on wood.
P8, adopting a proposition to be sent to the voters at the 2026 general election, proposing to repeal Article 11, Section 7 Charter of the City of Albuquerque regarding a public vote on performing arts center. Once again, we are just trying to right a wrong here. I move to pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Rogers. Let's go ahead and move on to public comment, and then we'll come back for questions and answers.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Lisa Christofferson, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Councilor Bassan, President Bassan. Just as a little side note, after listening to discussion from the Inspector General's office, I want to say unequivocally, I have zero confidence. I had maybe like a little, I have absolutely zero confidence that my city government is operating financially as it's supposed to. When we can't release, thank you so much for that query. Why are constituents not informed about how our city administration is using our money? This is a resolution about a performing arts center. I went to college on a band scholarship. I'm a band geek, marching band. However, I am not confident to give this city any kind of millions of dollars. We can't even account for Gateway East, and 1,000 people could fit in there, and it has not been open for several years. We have winter coming up. It's not open. It could be and it should be. We have quirky books that those folks could be there. We talked about having those folks move over there. It's just not been made available. So I also want to ask why the public library in Ms. Ayers keeps having to come here for funding for HVAC, but we want performing arts center. So I'm not against a performing arts center. I'm just saying there are some things that possibly could be funded in a way with as much enthusiasm as the Performing Arts Center, if we could, please. So the revolving door of incarceration for trespassing, minor offenses, etc. The reality is that it is our responsibility as a city to take care of our people, our neighbors who are unhoused, and Quirky Books is just filling in. So for us to go after them when they are actually providing a service to the city, I think is wrong on our part. So I would say to Mayor Keller, if you're listening, and to city officials, please, 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 if you want us to vote for things, give us something to trust you in.
Tad Niemitzki.
Excuse me. I made a mistake. I was going to do this one. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so counselors, we are back on P8. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of P8, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? There's a leaping yes through there. It passes on a 9-0. Moving on to R208, Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. R208, adopting a proposition to be submitted to the voters at the next election to be held in the city of Albuquerque concerning an amendment to Article 11, Section 7 of the Albuquerque City Charter, providing the form of the question and the designation clause for such question on the ballot. Once again, this is just a charter amendment, not a vote for any funding or any actual structure. So once again, and again, of course, we're just righting a wrong here. I move to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Any questions or comments? All those in favor of R208, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Wait, what did you vote? Yes?
I have a question, actually, just a point of Madam President, a point of clarification. The last one says at the 2026 general election. This one does not say that. It says in the next election. We have an election next Tuesday.
Ms. Kulidan?
I just want to be sure.
Madam President, if you'll give me just one moment to pull up the bill and make sure that that is reflected within the text of the bill, if not in the title.
Thank you.
Thank
Counselor
you.
Baca forgot to knock on wood when he was
That's what happens.
motioning this bill.
Madam President, it is in the body of the bill. Section 1 says, following the proposal on the 2026 election ballot, general election ballot.
Madam President, councilors, thank you, Councilor Rogers. That is reflected in the body of the bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes.
Any other questions or comments? The motion is for a due pass of R-208. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. We're going to break for dinner and come back at 7:25. Okay, everyone, we are back. We are back. I know that there's a couple more still trickling in, but we have a quorum and we have some items on the agenda still. So we're on 067, Counselor Pena, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. 067 is Committee Sub amending Chapter 2 of Article 11 of the City of Albuquerque Code of Ordinances to improve the city's budget proposal processes and strengthen oversight and accountability measures. I move a do pass. I think we're going to defer it, but I'll move a do pass, and then we have to defer it because there's some major changes in here, so.
The motion is for a do pass for now. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Rogers. We have several amendments this evening. I know that Counselor Grout is on her way down as well. She's the first one in the packet. But I will skip that one and then we'll move on to what is labeled as Amendment B in your packets. Amendment 1 to Committee Substitute 67 is my amendment. It's starting on page 5, line 6. Amend section 211.5A, process and sequence for establishing 5-year goals and 1-year objectives. The Albuquerque Progress Report and City County Comprehensive Plan shall be guiding documents for developing the 5-year goals. The part that I'd like to add is consistent with section 3216 of the Code of Resolutions, the mayor and city council shall consider any applicable comprehensive plan analyses prepared through the web-based tool when reviewing or amending the 5-year goals. There's a motion and then a second from Counselor Champagne. Counselors, this is because earlier this year we ended up passing the comprehensive plan tool that is still being worked on by DTI and with the admin and with our staff. However, I do think that when we're making our 5-year goals and objectives that we should put to use what we said we should be using and designed in the system. So I thought that it would be appropriate to add that in here. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I urge your support on Amendment 1 to 067. All those in favor raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. I'm going to, Counselor, I'm going to keep on with my amendments and then we'll come back to yours. Amendment number 2. I move amendment number 2, beginning on page 4, line 10, amend section 211.3 to include the following. Definitions, salary savings, a reduction in the department's fully funded personnel budget based on the department's historical level of vacant positions. Vacancy savings, the difference between the total appropriated personnel budget and actual personnel expenditures during a given period. There's a motion, is there a second? There's a second by Counselor Grout. These definitions are added to clarify something we constantly talk about, and I think we interchange these definitions throughout the year, and they're not really technically the same. So I thought it would be also appropriate to make sure to do that now. Are there any questions or comments? And I apologize on my first amendment. I wanted to ask the admin on all of the amendments if there's any additional comments or questions that you'd like to add as well. So I guess if you want, on the first one, you can say something too.
Madam President, thank you. You provided us the opportunity to review these today. I appreciate that. It gave us the ability to work through any of it. I think we don't have concerns about either the first one or the second one through the discussions and how we use these definitions. I think this is directly aligned with how we use them today.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is for amendment number 2 to Committee Sub 067. All those in favor raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? Yes. That passes on a 9-0 vote. I move amendment number 3 to 067. This one is definitely more in depth. This starts with within 7 business days of the submission of the mayor's budget proposal to the city council, each department shall provide the following information. The list below on this, I can read it if you all would like. I know that it is on the screen. These are the general questions that are submitted every single year by the council to the administration in the first round of questions. And then our staff ends up coming back to us and saying, do we use the next week or the week after, depending on if we're doing social or physical goals, to add in any more specific questions that we have. But these are the ones that every single year for years are asked repeatedly and can be counted on. So I thought also, why not add this into the ordinance while we have it open? So I move amendment number 3. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Grout. Any questions or comments? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Just curious, we have budget call documents listed here, but budget call documents are not defined. And I know that we know, but like, if we're making this kind of, very foolproof, it might be something we want to consider putting a definition for.
And I will defer to staff on that. I know that they developed it based off of what they forward in the general questions. And so is there anything you'd like to add, or can we define that? Is there a need to define it, or Ms. Broca?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I would almost ask the administration as well, but I know what all budget call documents are. We could maybe describe it a little bit more, if that would help.
So let me ask Madam CAO, do you all have another recommendation or anything to specify budget call documents?
Madam President, not knowing exactly what council services staff intends for this document to represent, I mean, I could make something up, but a budget call document, could it be anything from guidance provided to departments for preparation? It could be the specific document that we put together that sets out the timeline.
Okay, so without shooting from the hip, but proving your point, what I would say is I still would like to move this amendment, but because we're going to be deferring this bill, I would like to work with staff on making another amendment to rectify this and make it a little bit clearer at the December 15th meeting. Thank you. I see nods for those that can't see that. And then from the admin, do you have any additional comments or questions regarding this amendment?
Madam President, thank you. I think based upon our discussions and looking through the list, this is consistent with current practice. At the request of council services staff and the councilors, we do answer these questions. We do them today in 2 different kind of tranches based upon the work calendar that we set. So the 7 days is we're amenable to that as business days. Because it does take the same staff that prepare the proposed budget, to then compile this information from that prepared document. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will urge your support to Amendment 3 to 067. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councilor Grout, I believe we're going to go back to your amendment as amendment number 4.
Thank you, Madam President. For amendment number 4, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's about study sessions. I think, we're always so formal in our meetings and so forth, and having study sessions mid-year with department directors would be helpful to all of us. And so they would be, of course, they would be open meetings as far as people would know them, but there would be no questions for public to ask, but we could have a conversation going back and forth. So this amendment authorizes the Committee of the Whole to convene mid-fiscal year study sessions for the purpose of receiving operational briefings from department directors related to the upcoming fiscal year. These sessions occur during the mid-fiscal year period prior to the submission of the mayor's draft proposed budget, and are not part of the formal budget review or adoption process. Study sessions are informational only, do not include public comment, may include presentations or departmental structure, programs, operations, and anticipated needs. Department directors may be accompanied by appropriate staff to assist in responding to council questions, and the chair determines the subject matter and the scheduling of such sessions. And I would like to offer this as for amendment number 4.
The motion is for amendment number 4. There's a second by Counselor Champagne. Any questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanting to make sure I'm reading this right. It says at the call of the chair, so there may be years when there are no study sessions, and it would be only up to the committee of the whole chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions or comments from the council? And from the admin, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
So, Council President, and I would just ask, so it's at behest of the committee chair, when would we know if they're going to have this study session? Because our budget department does quarterly projections every 3 months, so mid-year they would already be working on the mid-year quarterly projections that come a month later. And so if we were having our departments do the exact same work, they would have to know in advance. It doesn't happen within 2 weeks or 3 weeks, as they have their normal duties that they do all the time. So I think clarifying what it would be, as opposed to just saying, well, you could have a study session depending on if somebody requests it or not, would be beneficial to our staff so that they know what's coming and that they don't get blindsided or all of a sudden get hit with an extensive amount of work that they have to do upon their normal duties.
Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for that. The intent is not to do it during the budget, once the budget's been offered. It's prior to that, and so that we want to be mindful of everybody's time. But having that ability to have easier discussions or, less formal discussions, because things come up, and so that is the intent. From our budget staff, could you clarify any better or make any recommendations?
Mr. Motzko?
Council President Bassan, Councilor Grout, that's exactly right. This isn't a gotcha tactic whatsoever. It is at the behest of the Committee of the Whole Chair. We would give the administration plenty of notice at mid-fiscal year, which everyone knows is the end of the calendar year. So around this time, I would say if this passes and the ordinance passes, around this time next year, we would be giving the administration a request to have a study session in early 2027, 28, because we have to, due to the passage, if this does pass, we are holding off until FY28. So we're not doing this next year. We're giving the administration more than 12 months to see the changes and get used to the changes for not next fiscal year coming up. So it's not this budget coming up, but the budget after.
There you go.
Counselor Grout?
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation.
Mr. Whalen, is there a recommendation, like what would be the time frame that you need to have notice in order to prepare?
Council President, there's a couple of issues with this. Number one, everybody in January and February, we're dealing with the state legislature, which takes a lot of our staff to get things ready and to be going there. Also, our budget call for the city is in January and February. So they're preparing the budget for next year, and we're trying to get those numbers correct. And to do a study session is almost to make them do twice the amount of work in those 2 months to try and get the budget prepared while they're looking forward. So I think we do our quarterly projections, and those are budget actuals that we already do. I think doing it by department is kind of redundant and is going to be a pressure and a tax on our staff as we're going into that, on top of having to deal with the state legislature and all the things that come with that.
Counselor Champagne and then Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a question for the sponsor. The idea of this is that we're going to sit down and discuss the budget that we've been discussing and continuation discussing so that we share information and understand more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Madam President, then Mr. Whalen, so the topic of the budget is what your budget team of how many do you have?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, I think we have a total staff of 7 or 8. I could be off by
7 or
1.
8 that, Madam President, 7 or 8 people that this is what they do year round. So to ask them to present and talk about information that they discuss and work within 40 hours plus a week 52 weeks out of the year, I'm finding it very difficult that this is a difficult topic to discuss when you guys, this is what they do. Please help me clarify why I'm lost
Madam
on
Chair
this.
and Councilor Champagne, you have to understand that our 7 to 8 budget staff, they oversee all the departments, and it's the departments who run the day-to-day operations, do the day-to-day payments, the day-to-day receivables, the day-to-day transactions that they get their information from, and then when they're preparing the budget, it's the departments that are preparing the budget, and then they work through the budget department. So yes, we have 7 to 8, but they oversee all the departments throughout the city, including all of our enterprise funds and including all of our grants.
Okay, Madam President, so it sounds like you guys have a good handle on the $1.5 billion that we spend. And when request to say, hey, share some of that information, it should be readily available. You guys are working at it all the time. So I find it hard that our argument is saying that it'll be very difficult for us to find the time to talk about what our job is.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, specifically, this is a request presentation by the directors. It is specifically about everything operational, so it isn't just presenting budget dollars, it's operational discussion. The significance of these departments and the scopes that they have based upon the topics here in terms of requested discussion, absolutely valid that we can discuss it. But to have a formal presentation in a specific format is a significant level of work. Now we're talking about, I think Mr. Motzko said, in December. In December is when we load all of everything in for our legislative asks from these departments. They do that work. They also begin their preparation to ensure that we're all in compliance for the mid-year cleanup and all of the work that we're doing. It isn't like they're sitting around doing nothing all year.
I understand, but what you're saying,
working
basically,
during
Madam
the budget.
CEO, is that it sounds like the information is readily available. We just want it shared with us in a presentation. It's already available that you said you would have been doing throughout the whole year.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we can absolutely discuss what we do in our departments. I just want us to reflect on the fact that this is significant additional work. It was implied that it would not be, and it is. I mean, all of these departments work every day to run. These directors are running the work. They're not, and so I just want to be clear. There is a fiscal impact. There is impact here in this work, and it isn't simply just, oh, you can show up to a meeting and talk about what you do. It's a specific presentation request in preparation that they will put together.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Lewis?
Maybe just some thoughts to help a little bit here. We're talking about around October or so, would that be?
I'm mid-year, so we can go anywhere from December, November to March even, if we wanted to.
So, I mean, Madam President, so you're talking like mid-year, mid-year is really to the time that you're getting the next budget together, so I kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, it might be that October might be a good timeline for that, where it's a 1 quarter into the new budget. It's also the time where we're getting to know what the reversions are going to be from the previous budget, and maybe it's a committee of the whole meeting where the committee chair and the FGO or the finance director might or the CFO might sit down and just agree on an agenda with a brief update from the departments on where they're at the first part of the budget year, as well as discuss some of the reversions and where they're at from the previous year. And maybe since we have some time, we can work on that amendment to clarify the details of it a little bit, but just some thoughts.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilor Lewis. The intent is for us to learn more from the directors, the department directors. We have a $1.5 billion budget that we're responsible for, and we have lots of questions, and we don't always get them answered right away. It's got to go through a formal process to get those questions. Tonight I asked if there are department directors available, and you don't know where they are, and that's kind of like when we're trying to gain knowledge and information about how to do things, how to spend taxpayer dollars. We want we want to be able to ask those questions a little more freely and just learn more and be more fiscally responsible with the task that we've been given. That's all it is. It's not a gotcha. It's trying to learn more And it's, and we don't want to make it more, more burdensome. Council staff also is getting ready for the legislative session. But I know that each department has budget staff as well. And I think that, I think your staff is very capable of coming up with this information. I think that you can have, we can discuss different dates and timelines, but, gaining knowledge, how to spend taxpayer dollars wisely is, there's nothing wrong with that. And so having extra time to have that ability to ask those questions, I think is important.
Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question. You mentioned fiscal impact. So just maybe this is for our team or the sponsor. I don't see a fiscal impact analysis with this bill. And I thought with our rules, they were like, so I'm just wondering, is there a fiscal impact analysis for this bill? Or
Ms.
the
Romler?
ordinance, sorry.
Council President, Councilor Rogers, for the committee sub in its entirety, no, there's no fiscal impact with this. It's an ordinance change.
Okay, so thank you, Madam President. So my question is, what would be the fiscal impact be to do this? What Councilor Grout's asking?
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam President, Councilor Rogers. Having not seen this and having had no time to think through any of this, it'd be very difficult for us on the fly to come up with fiscal impact analysis. Just for the record, typically ordinances and resolutions per your code of resolutions always have an FIA attached to them. They rarely do when we get them from council services. So this was not our bill. This was the bill that we worked on for the last 9 months with council services staff. We had worked in, I think, more than 15 hours of meetings to work through, and were able to work through multiple iterations of this. I think 6 to 7 staff worked with us on this, but it was not our bill. We were working in an effort to be open and transparent and working together. I think it's been a common theme that has been stated, is can't we work together? And so I appreciate that comment. So again, I can't come up with a fiscal analysis on the fly without having something presented that we can then consider.
Thank you, Madam President. I think maybe that's something that we could work on, since we're deferring it, that we can include that so that we can know what that is. If you're saying that there is a fiscal impact, then we can collaborate on what that is. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So I definitely agree that study sessions are great. I would love for this to be implemented. I do hear the concerns of the administration, and I'm just wondering, I'm seeing it for the first time too. So, but it does say that at the request of the chair, department directors shall provide general briefings that may include. And so I feel like the A through E are not requirements. So my big concern is on number 2, where it says the chair shall determine the subject matter, format, and timings. I'm just wondering if the format was left out of there. And then, of course, it's the cow chair that says what the subject matter would be and when the timing is. But then it becomes more of an informal discussion with department directors, which I believe is what, or at least what I would like. And I'm wondering if that would be helpful.
Madam CAO. Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I appreciate the idea. Informal discussion is always much easier, I think, for folks to participate in and answer questions. And if they don't have the answers, which I think is important to know, that a director may not have every answer that could come up, that we can then use kind of similar to what we use here at council, where we make sure that we provide written answers so that everyone can have those answers as well. In writing afterwards, that's helpful. So I appreciate that, that thinking about informality as a way to reduce the load at the time specific that we're talking about.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess that would just be and I will think through this if this passes tonight on a change of that word for the next time, but really just thinking through a way to have not a specific format that causes the department directors to spend a lot of time preparing, but still gets us in a format where we can have these conversations with them about what they're experiencing. So thank you for the answer.
Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So yeah, thank you, Councilor Fablecorn, for that. I think that would probably be helpful because I think that the idea of having this ability to have this study session is, I like the idea. I was just going to ask, because it seems as though this is all stuff that you're in agreement that you can do. It's just like the time frame in which you'd have to do it. So is there a different time frame maybe that we, either the language that Councilor Fablecorn suggested or a time frame of when maybe this study session can be held so that it is just not so burdensome?
Mr. Whalen?
Madam President, Councilor Pena. So one of the things we also have to take into consideration, I know that the time frame of October was suggested 1 quarter in. That's also the time when we're starting our annual AFCR audit. So we have auditors here that are pulling from all of our departments. They're pulling fixed asset listings, accounts payable stuff. So there's already stuff going on in October that's before the budget, and that continues on through December 15th. And so we really don't know what our fund balance is even going to be till close to December 15th, because that's all happening as they're auditing our books and closing our books, and that's why it's only done once a year, because it's a very long process. So our staff, they go right out of doing the AFCR, which they start preparing for in September, to January, going right into the budget. So the timing is going to be, doing it in December would be even a little bit more stressful because they're getting their budget call right after finishing the annual audit. And then they go right into preparing the budget. And a lot of the things that we prepare for our AFCR, we really don't share because they're not complete and they're not finalized.
So, Madam President, so I guess what you're suggesting is that more of Councilor Fablecorn's language to where it's more informal. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
Madam Chair, just to suggest a friendly amendment to, I guess to keep the amendment going, just delete section 1. If you delete section 1, I mean, it would be an informal study session at the discretion of the chair, and it would leave it pretty open. I think the amendment's worth having. Take some of those specifics out, but there's still some pretty good parameters. The committee of the whole meets in the spring, and that's it. Just provide an opportunity for the committee of the whole to meet and do a study session at another time in the year. So.
Councilor Grout?
Sounds good to me. So we would take out all of 1 and then renumber 2 as 1? Correct? Okay. I'm good with that.
There's a motion for amendment number 4. It kills me not to make an amendment to an amendment, but there's a motion for amendment number 4. We do need a second. There's a second from Madam Vice President, Councilor Rogers, and then I'll go back to the admin. Oh. Councilor Fablecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So I appreciate the intent. I think that the concern is in section 2, where we say that the chair can determine the format of those presentations, because then we could have a lot of requirements. So I would flip-flop that and take out number 2 if it were me, but that's just my point.
And the admin, did you all have something to add?
Madam President, thank you. I appreciate the friendly amendment. The only question I have is if the timeline is specific when it says mid-fiscal year, if that's still that we're talking about a specific time frame in December, or if it can be more flexible for us to determine time when it's possible.
From what I heard earlier, Madam CAO, it sounds like the sponsor had indicated it could be anywhere from October to March. Is that correct, Councilor Grout?
Yes, Madam President.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Grout to close, but first I'm going to recap. Amendment number 4, there is no longer a section number 1.
We voted on that?
There was not an amendment to the amendment. It was a friendly amendment that the sponsor decided to change. So it is section E, study sessions, and then what is marked in your packet as number 2 is really number 1.
That's it.
Okay, Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
Counselors, all those in favor of amendment number 4 to 067, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes on a 7-2 vote. We're moving on to amendment, it's labeled E in your packet. It will be number 5, Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is amendment number 6.
This is amendment 5.
Five. Thank you. This one is amending section 2-11-16, financial reports. After a subsection A by inserting the following. This is just around our Fund 265 and the questions we have a lot about Fund 265 and doing some reporting on that fund. The amendment adds a requirement to provide financial reports on all active grants and projects within Special Revenue Fund 265, also known as the Grants Fund. The report must include basic financial information for each award, as well as status of updates, expenditures, especially reversions for non-compliance concerns. And the purpose of the amendment is to establish a regular reporting schedule for Fund 265, similar to existing reporting structure for capital project activities. And I move it to pass.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Baca. Any questions or comments, counselors? Any questions from the admin or comments?
Madam President. Yeah, Madam President, we didn't see this in advance and we just started looking at it. But just from the reading it just within the last hour, it seems that this is going to be very, very burdensome for our staff that do Fund 265. We have hundreds of grants that have requirements, and having to do this in conjunction with a mid-year report is just going to be a lot of work. There's a reason why a lot of our federal grants, the granting agencies, whether it's a state or the feds, they ask us to do quarterly or biannual or annual reports because they know how burdensome this could be. That's how we get reimbursed is quarterly, we get reimbursed biannually, or we get reimbursed annually if it's reimbursement based. If it's forward funded, then we're required to submit those, but it's usually quarterly, biannually, or annually. And to have to do this every month for every grant, we have grants that cross multiple years, is going to be extremely burdensome on the staff and would be very hard for us to do. And yeah, it's not part of the operating budget, it's part of our grants. So,
Madam Vice President? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. So what would work best for the administration? Quarterly, biannually?
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, I think we have to talk to our granting manager to see what she feels her staff could do and produce whatever would be able to be done. And so I think if we talk to her, because she has not seen this, we would have to see what she thinks could be done by department.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, and then question for you, how do you manage them now? Like, how do you track them now?
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, they track the expenses every day, and then they reconcile through the departments every month or 2 months, but they don't have a final unless the report that they send is based on what the granting agency is required to do. So some of the grants that are required quarterly, they're tracking it, and then they compile a quarterly report at the end of 3 quarters, and then they submit the quarterly report.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So I'd like to update this to quarterly. Sounds like I heard you mention that the most. And so let's update it to quarterly to try to work with you on that. And then in the next 2 weeks, while we defer it, if you speak with the grants manager and she needs more time, we can talk about it then. So I just want to change it to quarterly.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Counselor. One thing I want to mention is that so this is not typically included in the budget process, so I'm not sure if this should be included in the budget ordinance or this should be something that you could put into a resolution separately, because it is distinctly unique in the fact that it isn't part of the operating budget process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is we use Fund 265 a lot sometimes for programs that, may not, are these all grants, or are there other funding that comes to 265?
Madam Chair and Council Rogers, a majority of them are grants.
But not all.
Not all, they're all grants. I'll defer to our Director of Finance, but
Thank you.
I would say a majority of them are all grants from either state or federal.
Ms. Sandoval?
Sure. President Bassan, Councilor Rogers, most of them are grants. There might be a couple others that extend beyond, the funding is beyond 1 year, that are also housed in Fund 265.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I think that's exactly why I want to see them broken out like that. So I think, I personally want to keep it because it's financial reports that are about what the city has financially. So I think I want to keep it where it's at. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So I wanted to ask our staff just some questions in terms, because we had this in there originally, right? When it was proposed, the outlining of the Fund 265.
Mr. Motzko?
Council President Bassan, Vice President Pena, we discussed this at your direction to talk about when you asked us to review the budget ordinance.
Yes.
To look at everything that was happening and that was not in the budget ordinance and things that were in the budget ordinance and not happening. So as Laura, Ms. Rumler looks up the information, I know we discussed this because this was something that, when the administration has transferred general fund money 110 into 265 from HHH, we don't have that really at our fingertips anymore to see where we're at with those situations. So as I continue to speak slowly and stall, Ms. Rumler's looking at it.
Madam President, so just so that I can add, because this is something that had been brought up in previous budget cycles about this fund, and budget staff feeling like, there's not an ability to be able to identify where this money, so we talked about it, and there's a couple of amendments here that, on the dais, everybody has an opportunity to put amendments. What a counselor puts forward isn't, written in stone, and this isn't, but I do kind of just want to refresh everybody's memory is to say that, kind of like what I talked about at the last meeting, I think we worked on this budget, I think 8-9 months. It's been a while, right? And working with the administration to just kind of do some give and take. This was one of the things that we kind of conceded on. So I just worry, again, anybody can put whatever amendment they want to, but I just worry that all that work trying to get to good governance is to where we're not 100% happy, they're not 100% happy, but we really came to a place where we could all feel comfortable with what was being put forward, right? And so, I get concerned with some of these things. I think it should be outside of the budget cycle, just with everything that we've been talking about and all the work that's been done, is that I just really want to make sure that, we're not really adding, because I feel like they worked in good faith with us for a long time, and it was a lot of give and take and a lot of, and I just worry that us putting back some of the concessions, it kind of goes against kind of the, against all the work that we did and the work that they did in good faith.
Did you still want information from staff, Counselor?
We can leave it at that for now, because stuff's, yeah. Thank
Madam
you.
President?
Before I come back to you, Counselor Rogers, there's, Counselor Baca, did you have something else? You do? Go ahead. And then I have something as well, and then I'll still circle back.
Thank you, Madam President. I look at this amendment, and that's a spreadsheet. It should be updated every month. Generating that should be easy, although every month is a lot. I'll give it that. Quarterly is fine. I think the reason we have so many amendments is I don't know what the give and take was during the last 8 months. I would like to have been part of that. So you have to tell me if something's a give and take at this point. And then I have to make a decision at this point. But I think that's part of the problem that we're having tonight, why we have so many amendments, because we just didn't have the time to work on this. But
I do want to give some credit to our staff. They put together some study sessions for us. I thought that was very, very helpful. So thank you. That's all I have to say on this one. Thank you.
Okay, and Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam President. We have a resolution that you all passed related to grant reporting already, and we could update that requirement, which is biannually to now that we provide, and we could, I'm just trying to think of a place that this fits already. We already are doing a biannual report to City Council, sorry, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, that could include all of this information in that report and update how we do that, if that would be acceptable. It's just an option to consider since we already have that under resolution.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I think for me, it's about having as much information when we're doing the budget as possible. And I think there's been times where funds have been moved in here. We don't know what's happening with them. And that would really help us with the overall budget process. So I think that for my intent, this is about the budget and knowing what the city has as a whole for the budget. So I think that's why I asked the team to put it in the budget ordinance. Because for me, this is just about gathering as much information so we can make good decisions about the budget. So I think I'll keep it here and see how the vote goes and make some decisions over the next 2 weeks based on the vote. Thank you, Madam President.
I just want to circle back. There's four places in this amendment that I see that monthly needs to be turned to quarterly or quarter to make sure. And then also, Councilor Baca, you were the second on this before that change happened. Are you still okay with being the second? Okay, that was a yes. I mean, I know that on the first amendment that I had, I said that I'll come back and fine tune a definition. But this one to me seems like there's several things that I struggle with. I think the intention is good. I also don't think it's necessarily for the budget ordinance when we have somewhere else for it to be. So I'll probably wait to be able to support this one, but I do think the intention is right. And I think that it needs a different home. And that's where I stand on it. But any other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you so much. I urge your support.
Councilors, all those in favor of amendment number 5 to 067, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
I didn't see. Did you see? Can you put your hand up and keep your hand up? Okay. And all those opposed? That passes on a 5-4. Moving on to amendment number 6. This is labeled as F, Councilors Rogers and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment, what are we calling this, F?
Counselor, it's
changed the
really hard to hear you
Sorry.
over here.
Okay, so thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number F. Add the following section after section 211-16. I won't read through the whole thing, but I will read the explanation. This amendment establishes that the City Council and Council Services staff shall have direct read-only access to financial systems, data, and calculation methodologies used by administration for budget development and fiscal monitoring. It places into ordinance a standing requirement for the administration to provide requested financial information and clarifies that access applies throughout the year. The amendment specifies that the access is non-modifiable and limited to viewing, and that both branches are responsible for maintaining secure use of financial systems and data consistent with city policies.
There's a motion for amendment number 6. Second. There's a second by Councilor Rogers. Councilor Rogers, do you have anything more to add to open, or should we go to questions? Questions from councilors? Not all? Admin?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, having not seen this in advance, our team scanned it as quickly as possible. And I mentioned, I think, to Councilor Rogers right before the break, we would like to have look through this to understand better the intent. Working dot papers and drafts when staff is working on crafting information and not knowing if it's accurate yet. We would want to be very clear that when we have not had supervisory, review of the document and things along those lines. This almost implies like working documents and other things that we may be using to build information would be expected, and as long that's my first initial reaction without having gone through this with real clarity or discussion with the counselors and the sponsors.
Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I think the intent of this is to make sure that we have access to all the things, and that's why we named out specific systems that we use, because our staff has been told no to view-only access for things we've asked for. And so as the body over the budget, for me, it was alarming to hear a flat-out no. You can't have this. And so I know our budget team can go in more in depth. If you have questions about what access that was, we can send you the emails. But for me, it's not acceptable that we don't have at least, I agree we shouldn't be editing, we shouldn't be in there moving things and meddling, but we should definitely have read-only, view-only access to our financial systems, period. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Whalen?
Madam President, Council Rogers, your staff currently does have access to the DSS tables, PeopleSoft, and other things that we use. I believe there was a meeting not too long ago where they were provided Councilor Lewis with some information that came straight out of the DSS tables. So they do have access. We don't know if they have access to the budget system, but we can look into that. But that is coming. And so I think if they would like to work with us, we can help train them or teach them on what they might be trying to pull, because they may not work with it as much as we do, but they do have access.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll go to our team to discuss what access we have, and we've talked about this in depth. And maybe, look, I'm pretty sure, you guys want to cover that? What we have access to and what we don't.
Ms. Romler?
Council President and Councilor Rogers, I believe you're referring to an instance where we asked for a specific DSS table, which is pulling data directly from our PeopleSoft system. And we were told that we could misinterpret that data and that we were not allowed to have access to it.
Thank you, Madam President. That is in writing, so we'll be happy to forward that over if you like. But again, I think the point has been made. Bottom line is we need access. We'll be happy to if this passes, sit with your team and go through what access we have and don't, and what we need and don't, so we can make sure we're all on the same page. But I think that was my close, unless there's other, Madam President.
Okay, before we get to a close, I want to make sure that counselors, any other questions or comments? All right, we will take that as a close. So all those in favor of amendment number 6 to O67, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? That passes on a 6-3. Moving on to amendment number 7, Councilor Champagne. It's labeled G in your packets, counselors.
Thank you, Madam President. Beginning on page 10, line 19, amend section 217C as followed. And it's to remove a sentence in there, to the extent that it does not impede the mayor's budget staff from compiling the proposed budget by the deadline. That is all.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Grout. Counselors, any questions or comments? Anything from the admin? Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess, Councilor Champagne, I guess I'd like to understand, based upon the individuals providing the information and the information being the same staff potentially trying to compile the budget and having to then seek out additional information. I guess I would be surprised that it would be a concern if we were expressed that it would delay the budget preparation if someone was peeled off to do something.
Counselor?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the way I read the sentence that's struck is to say that we will provide information and make sure that we're timely in providing information as long as it does not impede the budget staff's ability to complete the budget on deadline. So I guess I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to give the opportunity for the budget staff to say, hey, we're not going to make the deadline on the budget if we do this.
That's kind of why I want it removed, in the sense that I want it more black and white, because it's a request of all these steps that we're asking the administration to do and to share information. And I can see that sentence being one of a excuse of why things aren't done. This is going to impede. And to be honest with you, you can tell me and the budget staff can tell me and tell this body that this is going to impede, and there's really no way for us to check that response other than trusting you. So if you don't like it, to give us this information, you can use that as a blanket excuse on why you're not going to do it. So that's why I saw removing it.
Mr. Whalen?
Madam President and Council Champagne, I think from this perspective, we already just passed amendment, I believe it was D, which is requiring us to provide a certain section of questions that we answer every year. And then we have the second round, which are the department-specific questions. And I think those are where the questions can be asked per department, and they can be specifically for each department and specifically to each area of the budget. So I think this, and trying to provide it within 5 business days, could be done within your guys' submission to the departments of your questions, and it's already being done. There are 2 rounds of questions. What we just passed earlier says we're just going to do this because we do it every year, and then we do the same 7 questions, and then we wait to hear from counselors and council staff for department-specific questions. So I think it's already being done in that process. You can ask questions.
Counselor?
So if it's already being done, then removing this isn't going to be an issue?
Was that a question?
Yes, it is a
Okay,
question.
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne. So my comments are, I think these comments come from the practical application of what happens when we're in the budget process and when the questions come through. When we just passed an amendment that as DCAO Wayland indicated, that we will have 7 days to provide the answers to those the primary questions. So just for practicality, the question could come through on day 2 while we're working on compiling all of the information during that 7-day. And we would be in a position that we need to use the same staff to go and answer these questions within 5 days at the same time that we're trying to make sure we answer the other questions within the 7 days. So it's just a practical application of like you're talking about a limited staff, all working to a process and ensuring that we are meeting expectations for information sharing. So it feels a little regimented in the sense of like you have 5 days to come back with whatever questions we come up with. We could have from council services staff and counselors, 15 different people providing questions for 28 different departments. I mean, it just starts to feel a little bit like this is tight if we are also already currently working on answering the questions that we're working on. So that is all we're trying to get at, is kind of this practical reality of when we are in that time frame and how much we are compiling and putting together and providing in our processes. Fully open to the prospect of that we should provide information in good faith and provide correct, clear answers if it is an issue with providing it within, a reasonable period of time.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions?
Sorry.
I apologize.
That's okay. Knowing the process that this is going through, I'm going to move to withdraw this at this time.
Amendment number 7 has been withdrawn. We will move on to amendment number 8, which is labeled H in your packet. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry. We're going to move on to amendment number 8, labeled H in your packet. Councilors Lewis, Rogers, and Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move for amendment number 8, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a second from Councilor Sanchez. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment clarifies how salaries for certain unclassified employees directly responsible to the mayor to be reflected in the budget. It requires that the salaries of division managers and higher level unclassified positions directly selected by the mayor or chief of staff or CAO be budgeted within the mayor's office or the office of the Chief Administrative Officer. Amendment also requires the Office of Management and Budget to report these salaries in the draft proposed budget, ensures that updated organizational charts are provided with the budget whenever changes occur in reporting structures for these positions. And Madam President, these were pretty similar to what we required of the admin last year, as far as we created an org chart that reflected this. We actually had an amendment to last year's budget that made the budget reflect this as well. So, but this formalizes it.
All right, counselors, there's a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments? How about from the admin?
Madam President, thank you. Totally understand that this was the update that occurred in the budget process. I just have a small reflection on the fact that it feels unusual to me that, for instance, the Director of Parks and Recreation's salary would be not included in the budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation and those deputies. And so we understand the full cost of operating the Parks and Rec Department. And that would obviously be deputy directors as well and management positions in there. I think understanding the total cost of each of the operating budgets for the departments is incredibly valuable for all of us. I understand what I think I understand of the intent from the counselor, from the sponsor of this amendment, is this sense that these positions are appointed or unclassified positions, and therefore at the direction of the CAO and the mayor. I would say that the administration of the city is at the direction of the CAO, all positions. I mean, we're operating under that today. And so it feels a little bit like it's actually not as transparent as the intent, which is around this idea of understanding what the cost is to run each of the departments. And these positions specifically stated directly operate those departments, and the staff report to them.
Madam President, and that's fair. I honestly didn't, that's a good point, to be honest. I think what our intent was in that last time was to, looking at the organizational chart, and we probably should exclude the department directors from the mayor's office budget. If we need to withdraw this for now and add it later, I'm fine with that too, if you guys are, so.
Counselors, any questions or comments?
I mean, Madam President, Mr. Mosco, unless you think there's an easy fix to that right now.
Mr. Motzko, Ms. Rumler?
Let's work on it. I'll withdraw.
Okay, so amendment. Did you have something to add, Madam Vice President?
So thank you, Madam President. So my question is that I think CEO Sengel kind of alluded to it, is that, we have the mayor's office. We want to find out who is getting paid from the mayor's office. And then, but then yet the CAO, everyone's under the CAO. That's really the way it works. Like, so the mayor's office doesn't necessarily have all this stuff. So just trying to identify people that actually report to the mayor's office, they kind of already do via the CAO, like the entire city reports to the CAO. But we want to find specific people that respond to the mayor. I just find it like interesting how, so I mean, Ms. Coulodon, can you help me with that? Because just when you talk about organizational structure and our, so are you kind of catching my drift? It's like, how do we identify people who are going to specifically work for the mayor when the CAO works for the mayor and everybody in the city is under the CAO? So I'm just having a hard time with that. And I know we're trying to do something budgetary because, we're really trying to find out who is reporting. And I understand the concern from our staff and everyone else. It's just that it just, if you can kind of help me walk through that first, and then I'll finish my second thought. Thank you, Madam President.
Ms. Coulodon?
Madam President, Madam Vice President, I think I do follow the point you're making that It's hard to suss out who exactly works beneath the mayor when we have the CAO as the intermediary between the rest of the employees of the city. And so I think that that's certainly something that we can look at addressing as we maybe revise this amendment going forward, to really capture truly the people who work directly with the mayor's office, and not all the department directors, deputy directors, all those other people that are sort of below the CAO as the in-between.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So maybe if the sponsors would wait till the next meeting so that maybe we can work with the administration to try to.
I believe, Counselor, that they're planning on, Counselor's going to withdraw it for now so
Oh,
that
I'm
they
sorry,
can
I
work
didn't
on it.
hear that. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Apologize.
Yes. And then Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Lots of time to work on this, but I did want to just say the conversation that we had during the budget process last year that kind of, I'm assuming is the basis for this, was around direct reports that are embedded in departments. And so I think there's language that says a direct report that is in a department that is not a deputy director or a department director. That's what we were trying to get at during the budget process last year, where there was like, whoa, this person is in the legal department, but reports directly to the CAO, and that is very, very weird. And so I think that the direct report excluding department directors and deputy department directors would be the language that would make sense to me, but lots of time to think about it.
Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, I think we're all on the same page. And I think rather than trying to work on this tonight and do that, we'll give some time to do that. And if we think we have something that reflects what we're all talking about tonight, we'll reintroduce it. So I withdraw the amendment.
All right, amendment number 8 has been withdrawn. We are on amendment number 9 in your packets labeled I. Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, I move amendment number 9.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Champagne or Rogers. I think it's who I heard. Councilor Lewis?
And Madam President, just an amendment that clarifies that the mayor's proposed budget submitted under 2117 is a draft and is subject to review and amendment by the council. I just think it's some better language, moving forward, help people have a better understanding of the budget process. The mayor's budget could very well be the budget that's passed, and most of the time there's many amendments to it. It's not the final budget, and sometimes in some years there's an entirely different budget that's introduced and sometimes passed, and so I think it just gives us a little bit better language.
Councilors, any questions on amendment number 9? Anything from the admin, Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Lewis, wanting to make sure I understand, when I read this and I'm not an attorney, so, but when I read this, a mayor's draft proposed budget would imply that it's still in draft form from the mayor, and when we send it down, it's our final proposed budget to council. And so I think the way it reads implies that it's a draft that it isn't the final. And again, I'm not trying to split hairs. I just don't want it to be implied that then we would have another proposed budget that isn't in draft form to be sent down, or anyone else to think that is what it implies.
Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it means that, but I understand what you're saying. I think it's good language that just clarifies what it is. Even though it's the mayor's, it could be a draft, a final draft. It's still a draft until it's passed by the council. So.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Ms. Keefe or Ms. Couliron, legally speaking, I know the CAO had mentioned she's not a lawyer about this. Is there anything legally speaking that we should be concerned about with this?
Madam President, I think the ordinance in its current form and in the revised form lays out a process where the mayor sends down a budget and the council can make amendments and the council passes a final. So I think regardless of the terminology you use here, that's the process. I sort of agree that I think of the mayor's proposed budget as one document, and then there are amendments, but that you always have that original that you can refer back to say like, well, this is what was changed along in the process. But I think this is all just terminology, and it's up to the council
Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a question, because it kind of concerns me, because if it's in draft form, does that mean that the mayor has an opportunity to change it after it's sent down? Because it's in draft and it's not his proposed budget.
So, Madam President, Madam Vice President, I mean, I read the current ordinance and the revised ordinance to absolutely not allow that. That's the mayor sends down a budget and then it's in the council's hands. So I guess the question for you all is, does this introduce some ambiguity in the process?
Thank you, Madam President. I kind of think it does, but thank you.
Counselor Lewis? Counselor Lewis?
Madam President, I was just going to say that, so I think we're not going to get sued over it, so I'll close. That's my closing.
All right, the motion is for amendment number 9 to 067. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? That passes on an 8-1 vote. We're moving on to amendment number 10, labeled J in your packets. This is Counselor Lewis.
Madam Chair, or Madam President, I move amendment 9 or 10.
There's a motion and a second for amendment 10 by Counselor Rogers. Counselor Lewis?
And Madam President, I mean, there's just one line: the mayor's proposed operating budget shall not include any negative programmatic appropriations. So just a quick explanation. The amendment clarifies that the mayor's proposed budget may not include negative programmatic appropriations. In the previous budget submissions, the proposed budget has included entries such as program savings or similar negative appropriations. The amendment specifies that such entries are not permitted and that all appropriations, including the budget, must reflect actual program level funding. I think that just provides a lot of clarity to the budget, because it's not those line items aren't necessary parts of the budget. This is what we intend to spend, and I think it better reflects item B there, where these are the programs, this is the budget, and it meets all the required justifications. And here's the cost of it, here's what we're planning to spend, and doesn't reflect really what a program savings is. Kind of like an average of, you know, what that budget was over the last 10, 20 years, over the last 2 years. I mean, it could be anything. You can imagine if we were to start just reset. I mean, sometimes it reset. Imagine the first budget of the city council, that the city council ever made its first budget, the first budget that the mayor ever sent down. Never had any program savings in it, you know, because there weren't any from the year before. And so all it is language to be able to provide some comparisons that I think are just unnecessary.
Counselors, questions or comments? Anything from the administration? Mr. Whalen?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I think having just received this and reading through it with all the other amendments, we're still trying to understand and read through what this amendment will be doing, and we'd be happy to discuss and work with you on this. But it's, like I said, we just received it, so we're not fully understanding what it is.
Counselor? Any other questions or comments? Counselor to close?
Move approval. Urge your support.
There's a motion for amendment number 10 to 067. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Is that 8-9-0, correct? 8-0. Thanks. 8-0. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to amendment number 11, Counselor Lewis and Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I forgot the number, I'm so sorry. Amendment number?
We're on 11.
11, thank you. That's okay. Is beginning on page 10, line 11, amending section 2-11-7B, preparation of the city budget, department requests, budget proposal as follows. We're just inserting counselors and council services. And this just amends it to include that counselors can be involved and attend any budget hearings we see fit. Thank you, Madam President. Did I move it already? I moved it, yes.
There's a motion for amendment number 11. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Champagne. Any Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question perhaps for Ms. Couladon. How does this work if we have a quorum? These are not noticed meetings. And so just how would that legitimately be portrayed to the public?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, so this wouldn't be a typical public meeting that would be noticed and open to members of the public. It would also not be a meeting in which even a quorum of councilors would be conducting public business. We could do what we've done in other instances, like where councilors are at a public event, multiples, we could file a notice of possible quorum, which gives notice to the public that 5 or more councilors might be in the same space, but that they're not there to actually conduct formal council business.
Thank you, Madam President. I mean, I think learning about the budget and having hearings about the budget sounds kind of like public business to me. So maybe I can go to the city attorney for a clarification as well.
Ms. Keefe?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I have seen people do the notice of potential quorum. I think that the concern that you raised is that it is clearly a discussion on a topic that you're later going to vote on. So I'm not sure that's going to work in that situation. We're actually dealing with this right now where when you have a preliminary meeting that violates the OMA and then you later have a meeting, each part of your meeting is supposed to be open to the public. So I think there would be a concern that this meeting that discusses the budget, where 5 councils are present, would violate the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree that you can notice things like, there's a party that 5 of us are going to go to. I've seen that done at the Public Regulation Commission, at other places like that. But it's never been for work-related topics, and this is clearly a work-related topic. So that makes me incredibly nervous. I would be fine if it was, counselors can send their policy analysts, right? Because then we would not be kind of getting in potential trouble around the Open Meetings Act.
Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, I mean, we do this all the time. I guess we could just say up to 3 or we do something like that. Obviously, we're kind of assuming here that we're going to abide by all the rules is what we're doing. So, I mean, we're not assuming in a bill that we're going to violate a law. And so I don't think, it's just like we don't have to write into every single law that we make that we're not going to violate all of our other laws. So I think that's the point here.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, and I would just add to that, we can have processes within our own department that would make sure, to make sure to extend the invitation in an appropriate way so we don't mess up the quorum. And I think that works, either defining the amount of number and or council staff so that counselors can send folks on behalf, but I'm one that would like to sit in on some of these myself. And so I don't want to break rules, but I think we can come up with processes so that we can make sure we don't. Thank you.
Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So a question for our attorneys, either one, our counsel, and so this kind of gives me the impression that, we have a committee of the whole chair who does the business of the budget. That's our representative for the budget with the mayor's office and the budget staffs. So then if we say that all counselors can be on all the budget meetings, then do we not need a committee of the whole chair and we just have budget? So for me, it's not even a matter of like breaking quorum, it's just a matter of it just seems so much messier to try to, I like having a representative that we all voted on and have the confidence in that's going to do our work and put together some kind of draft for between the administration and the council. And then, because if we're all in those meetings, if I'm there and knowing what I know, then I'm going to be, our designee may have a way that she's headed with the budget, and then I just kind of mess it all up because I have these other ideas of what. So I guess my question to our attorneys is, does that blur those lines?
Ms. Couliron?
Madam President, Madam Vice President, I think if we're setting aside the quorum discussion, it becomes a policy choice for you as counselors if you feel it's more efficient to hold committee of the whole meetings versus attending these budget hearings, and all 9 of you having the option to do that. I think that that's sort of just an efficiency question for you all.
Ms. Keefe?
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President. Currently, the council staff who attend the budget hearings don't participate. They just sit and observe, and I believe then prepare the report to you. So, I mean, my expectation was councilors would do the same. They wouldn't participate and be asking questions during that hearing. They would ask their questions during the committee of the whole hearing.
And before I go back, and I will get to the admin, I just want to add in my 2 cents on this, that it's not a separation of powers thing, but I feel like just in my gut, it kind of just feels that way. Where I'm like, let the mayor propose his budget, or her budget, whenever that may be. Let them propose it. Let them eat cake. I don't know. Let it happen. Let our staff go, and then let us chew it all up and amend it and make it how it's ours. And that's kind of how I see that. But with that, I'm going to go to admin and then back to Council Rogers.
Madam President, thank you. This is interesting because it isn't a separation of powers on the surface, but at some point it implies that in the development of the budget, the executive function never has the ability to have a meeting to discuss the budget without city councilors present, is what this is implying to me. And that to me is a concern in the sense that, today they are labeled, which I questioned when I got here, like, why are they called this? And I got a great explanation. CAO's budget hearings, so that we have an opportunity to have discussion with the directors as we are building out and finalizing that budget. So I'm not sure if this is an expectation that there will be a separate, what this causes is for there to have to be additional meetings so that we have the ability to have discussions in the executive function to be able to build a budget. We already have the hearings with council staff there, council services staff, and as city attorney indicated, they don't participate in the process. I don't know. It just feels really different than staff being part of a discussion in terms of this process.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate all that. I think for me, being here now as a counselor for 2 budget cycles, there's not a lot of collaboration on council outside of COW. The COW chair, like you said, does all the things. We get the budget, the COW's budget, when it gets published for everybody else in Legistar. We don't have the option to, even I haven't, maybe I'm just not the one included in these conversations, but other than the 2 COW chairs that I've had have said to me, what would you like for your reoccurring spending? That's it. I don't get asked by any of the COW chairs so far, any ideas for the budget? Any ideas for department changes? I get asked none of that. And so for me, the intent is that next year we're gonna have some very tough budget decisions to make. Straight up, we're gonna have very tough budget decisions to make. And if we're not able to collaborate with the administration, council, to come up with real answers to the tough questions and things we're going to have to deal with next budget cycle, that's, I think, for me, the intent of this is I want to foster more collaboration. So to hear that the administration, it doesn't want council involved in all the conversations about the budget, I understand, but it doesn't foster the transparency and the collaboration that I feel like we need to be able to make those tough decisions as a team. And right now, I haven't felt that. Just something maybe we can work on, or someone can clue me in on those conversations. But for me, that's the intent for me here is we are going to have to make some tough decisions. And if we don't have all of the information and collaborating as a whole, like the committee of the whole is supposed to, I think that's my intent, and that would be what I want to impart about why this amendment is important to me.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor, thank you for this amendment. I understand the intent, but I think that's what study sessions could be for, why we're learning, where we can have those conversations. I do understand how administration has their own meetings together, and this right now, we wouldn't be able, if this were to pass, all we could do is listen. We wouldn't be able to have those collaborative conversations. So that would not be what you want. But at a study session, we could have those conversations and get more out.
Yeah, Madam President, I appreciate that,
Councilor
because
Rogers?
we wrote this before we
Yeah.
knew that amendment was coming.
Yeah.
So I think, writing this before we knew there was going to be study sessions, I think that's a great point. So I would look to Councilor Lewis to see if we want to stick with the study sessions, or what do you think?
I don't mind
Councilor
withdrawing it for now. I mean, I think it just came out, it truly did come out of some discussions over, the budget of the whole meetings, and how oftentimes, even at the budget of the committee of the whole meetings, we're kind of scrapping for information, so, I mean, it's fine. I mean, that was the intent of that. I would ask, though, so I'm fine with withdrawing it, but I would ask, our staff really should be seen as like as us, I mean, I think they're truly, us as well. They represent us, and, we're married in that sense, that if you're talking to them, you're talking to us. And so that's why I felt like, hey, if a counselor wanted to go and be a part of that and listen in, I mean, maybe it would be more productive. So that's kind of my point on that. And then I would ask, I guess, if we showed up to one of those, would you kick us out? I don't know. I mean, anyway, I mean, that'd be kind of weird, I mean, it seems, I mean, there's no law prohibiting us from, right? Or is there? No, so anyways, whatever. I'm fine, I'll withdraw.
There is still another counselor, if it's all
All right.
right. I'm going to go to Counselor Champagne before we withdraw.
Thank you, Madam President. If you guys, the sponsors to withdraw it, that's fine. I would hope that it does not go away. My fellow counselor talked about it being the second budget. We're talking a massive budget with, in the size of it and the intricacies of government that myself, I would attend these not to talk or have influence on it, but the sense of understanding and learning. If you could attend these meetings and understand what the department is presenting and requesting in the inner workings of that, it helps me personally as a counselor to better understand the budget, to be able to vote on it and make amendments or not make amendments, but understand where they're coming from. So I think the counselor, the sponsor's idea is a share of information and understanding so that we could be a better body and a better government. So I would like to see this come back if you are going to withdraw it.
Okay, Counselor Rogers, and let's use this as the close right before, I think it sounds like a withdrawal.
Yeah. I just have a question. Thank you, Madam President. Does the COW attend these now? The COW doesn't go to any of these budget hearings now? Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Are we sticking with the withdrawal? I just want to make sure to circle back for a final.
We can draw. We still have the ability, I think, to maybe come up with something, and that might even be the solution, that we say that the chair involved in those. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so amendment number 11 has been withdrawn. We are moving on to amendment number 12. I don't have them in my packet, but I believe they're on your iPads. Maybe you have them in your packet. It seems, I don't have, I'm done with them. I'm going home. Just teasing. I have it in my iPad, but amendment number 12 is Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move amendment number 12, amending section 2-11-11A, Conference Committee on the Budget, paragraph as follows. We are striking some language and saying the Conference Committee on the Budget shall consist of 6 members. 3 members shall include the mayor, chief administrative officer, and 1 additional designee of the mayor. 3 members shall include council president, chair of the committee of the whole, and an additional designee of the council. This amendment specifies which members should be included in the conference committee on the budget.
There's a motion for amendment number 12. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Champagne. Counselor Rogers, did you want to continue with an open?
Thank you, Madam President. In our briefing about this bill, I just thought that we should even that out a little bit more, and so I urge your support.
Counselors, any questions or comments on amendment number 12? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So just clarification, the 3 members shall include the council president, the COW chair, and 1 additional designee of the council. So we could only have 1 of our budget staff on that conference committee. Is that that's the way I'm reading it? Okay. That seems a little strange to me. I would prefer that it be the Cal chair, and then whoever the Cal chair thinks should be on there. And then I would like to ask a question of the administration. Would the mayor want to be on this committee? Or might he prefer to have you and two experts?
Madam CAO.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, I agree that having expertise in the room related to the budget is very helpful. I do want to point out that the charter actually already states who will be on in this committee, and that to change the membership, I think, would require a charter amendment.
Ms. Keefe?
Thank you, Council President. I would say more specifically that the charter gives the mayor the ability to make his appointments. So I don't think the council can, by ordinance, say who he's going to send. He gets to pick who he sends.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I would think we need to clean this one up too. So just looking at the team, just want to go to the team, and I think we should move to withdraw so we can work on this with the team, because I need to understand that first.
There is a withdrawal of amendment number 12. We're on to amendment number 13, which is labeled M in your packets. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move amendment number 13, lucky number 13. Amend section 2-11-3, process and sequence for establishing goals and objectives. I won't read the whole thing, but you know, I've, over the last 2 years, talked a lot about the goals need to have a metric so that we know if the department is meeting those goals. So this amendment requires that all 5-year goals and 1-year objectives include measurable indicators that allow the city council to evaluate progress towards achieving them. It also requires that the administration provide annual reporting on these indicators as part of the existing status report. The amendment establishes a consistent method for documenting and reviewing performance data associated with the adoption and objectives. The amendment references the biannual community condition information provided by our Indicators Progress Commission and clarifies that this information may be used when selecting or evaluating measurable indicators. And I urge your support.
There's a motion for amendment number 13. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Grout. Any questions or comments, councilors? From the admin?
Thank you, Madam President. I think that this resolution, not having seen it in advance, but having had previous discussions, and I guess we'll want to review it and make sure we understand all of the intent, but it aligns with our discussions around how measurement within our goals is valuable and helpful for us to be able to know what we are measuring based on those goals. So we'll continue to review if we have any concerns, just because we haven't had a chance to read through.
Any other questions or comments, councilors? Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you so much. I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 13 to 067. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. As far as I know, this is the end of the amendments for 067. Does anyone else have an additional amendment? No? Okay, so we're going to move to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Tad Niemitzki.
Excuse me, what we doing? Council. I'm huh? Recipiente? Oh, you really? Okay. Oh, just a second.
Okay. Seems like we are moving on. Counselors, we are back on O67 as substituted and amended. Any additional questions? Oh, Mr. Naminsky, do you have comment for this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, here is let me start this way. Way back on the 70s, I remember, I'm not sure if Clarissa Pena remembers when first houses was built. I don't think so. I'm a little bit older than you. I work as subcontractor for developers. So from El Paso, Texas, a Bailey and Ward, Mr. Bailey, who was coming to the home builder meetings. I was the member too. And we even have a drink after the meeting, one or two. So then we had also director of planning and land in development. That's Mr. Watts, Charlie Watts, German, no-nonsense guy. I remember when I picking up pyramids and so on. One time, he walked to me, and you gotta do it now. That's the people we had in government. Moving around. Now, what we have in government is in touch with people. City become too big and too powerful. Too big and too powerful. For the people. People are just numbers. That's basically what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Now, counselors, we are back on O67 as substituted and amended. Any questions or comments? Counselor Viepelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Couple of questions, and I apologize. I know this bill was introduced like 11 months and 2 weeks ago, but I have not yet heard this bill. So I just have a couple questions so that I can prepare for the next meeting. First one's on page 9, where we talk about the council shall meet as the committee of the whole and hold public hearings as needed. And then on page 14, it says that we shall schedule at least 3 public hearings. And so I'm just curious why we struck 3 off of page 9, but we kept it on page 14. Anyone can answer that question.
I agree. I think they're reviewing. Mr. Motzko, Ms. Rumler, Ms. Brokaw.
Madam President, Bassan, Councilor Fiebelkorn, we did move that. It might be an oversight, but on page 14 on section 21110, we do say shall schedule at least 3 public hearings regarding its adoption as the committee of the whole. So we're setting up the committee of the whole, and then a little bit later we say we want the 3 public meetings still. So it was just moving it a little bit within the ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So we struck 3, and then we left 3, and that was on purpose. Got it. So we will still have 3 committee of the whole meetings every year under the way it's written now.
Madam President, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
The way it's written now, we will always have 3 committee of the whole meetings.
Councilor
That's your
Bassan,
interpretation.
Madam President Bassan, Councilor Fiebelkorn, yes. As Ms. Kuladon just reminded me, this allows us to have the study sessions and other special meetings that we might want to have with IPC, other groups that when we have public input on the budget, but this specifically still requires the 3 committee of the whole meetings that we usually have, but it does allow the council as a body to have other special meetings prior to the committee of the whole.
Okay. I mean, they both say committee of the whole, so I don't think we are counting against other things, but thank you. Madam President, my next question is on page 12, starting on line 1. There's this whole paragraph about a separate strategy for motor coach and paratransit operators, mechanics, vehicle cleaners. I would love to understand why this paragraph is included in here.
Ms. Rumler, I think.
Council President, Councilor Feeble-Corn, in the original ordinance, as it stands today, 21120 is program strategies. It is word for word the exact same language. It was amended back in 2023, and that was kept per the sponsor's request. But we adjusted it into an appropriate section instead of making it its own.
So it's just moved from another section to here?
Correct.
And then does it still make sense to have the enterprise fund paying the salaries of security officers since we've moved transit security to APD?
I believe that's a policy decision.
Is the intent of this legislation to make sure that the transit security officers are still paid for out of the transit enterprise fund?
Madam Vice President, as the sponsor of the legislation, did you want to clarify as to the intent and so that we can figure out where this might fall?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I think the intent was that, so I think that's an oversight on our part, so I think it's something that we need to definitely look at. When we moved it, it was just kind of putting it in its appropriate place without the oversight of really where it's going to be funded out of, because you make a very good point that now that it's at APD, maybe that's where. So I think that's something that we can address when we bring this back.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President. It sounds like the administration might have something to say on this, so I would love to hear their thoughts as well.
Madam CAO.
Madam President and Councilor Feeble-Corn, I think Councilor Pena is accurate. We can obviously make change based upon this. I just checked the transit security officers, the funding is transferred from transit to APD to pay those salaries. So it is allocated based upon the fact that it's in our budget ordinance today. So we could permanently make that shift. Obviously, then it wouldn't need to be articulated this way, but that is how those transit security officers' salaries, a portion of them are paid through transit to APD to cover that. This also accounts for the fact that we do have security contracts, which are not salaries necessarily, but contracts that are also paid by transit. So we could clean this up in a way that makes more sense for today's operations.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And then last question is on page 14, and this is where we talk about we're proposing to require the administration to provide printed copies of the budget, and there's a very strict timeline and all of those things, and I'm just curious why that would be something that we would put on the administration. If I need copies of something, I can certainly print it out. So it sounds like this has been in a negotiation for, 11 months and 2 weeks. So can somebody tell me how that got negotiated?
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is kind of an issue that's been ongoing when we have the budget cycle, is that when it gets sent down, by the time our staff has the opportunity to print it, it just doesn't get in all of your hands. And we just thought when they send it down, they can actually have it so that it's available to us all at the same time, because that's not what's occurred in the past. And then it kind of reflects on the budget chair, that the budget chair just didn't get it to everyone on time, or we had to wait 2 weeks. But sometimes it's because of the, the printing and getting it to everyone, even though we can get it in our iPads, but some people like the hard copy, and I'll look to our Madam President, to our staff to kind of talk about that whole negotiation.
Well, real quick, as much as it pains you, Counselor, I love the paper binder, and I work with a lot of notes, Post-it notes, highlighting, and everything in it, and I pretty much do not look at the budget until that hits my desk. And I know that it seems as though there's been others in the past too, or even currently, but that's where it would be nice. There's also been, from my understanding, and when I was cow chair and everything, there's been a historical battle of who covers the cost, who does it, when is it coming down? So I do appreciate that this was added in there to clarify that one way or the other. But now I will go to Mr. Motzko to answer Madam Vice President's comment/question, which is about your comment/question.
Madam President Bassan, Vice President Pena, and Council Feeblecorn, you took the words right out of my mouth. 2 years ago, it was a little bit of a surprise when the administration said that they weren't going to print any copies after decades of them providing printed copies to the council. And so we struggled mightily to get that together. Last year, we were a little bit more prepared, and this just puts it back into the ordinance that it makes it clear that we would like them to print copies when requested from at least 8 of the 9 councilors.
Thank you, Madam President. This does seem a little micromanaging and take some of the personal responsibility off of us. If I get a budget in electronic format and I don't want it in electronic format, I feel like I am an adult and I can therefore print it out. But I appreciate everybody giving me the background on that. Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam President. This was discussed at length back and forth between the staff. I think I'm just going to be completely transparent. There's a significant staff in council services. It seems that whatever number of copies need to be made could be made, and it could be made as however anybody wants them, anytime they want them. And so I think our staff was just surprised at how much this has become such a bone of contention for us to make copies. And surprising just based upon the level and availability of staff within council services.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So maybe there's something that we can correct in there that people can opt out, councilors can opt out, because I know when we're saying this here and we're all going through what we're talking about now and how silly it sounds, but when you're the budget chair and you think that everyone received it because they got an email that they received the budget, and then 2 weeks later, you're kind of making decisions, and then you have counselors telling you, well, I didn't even get the budget, I didn't see it, it was, but they got it electronically. I mean, these are the things that happen. So maybe there's a way to say that a counselor can just opt out, and so that it doesn't have to be printed, and that, because sometimes by the time a counselor will get it printed for them, it's a little ways into the budget. So I don't know, maybe we can fix that after we defer it and put it to where people can opt out. And I think somebody, Madam Chair, wants to.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, I just wanted to pop in to say that is already covered in the text of the bill. It says sufficient printed copies requested prior by City Council of the budget shall be prepared by the administration. So this would require that we get information from the 9 of you about your preference for how you'd like to receive the budget, whether that's electronic or printed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Council Feeblecorn? Any other questions, comments on 067? Madam Vice President, to close.
So I would like to change the motion to deferral to the next council meeting, which is the 15th? December 15th, I can't believe it. December 15th, I'd make a motion for deferral to.
There's a motion for deferral to December 15th, and there's a second by Counselor Grout. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. Moving on to R-183, Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I move R-183, which is establishing an emergency parks, grass, and turf replacement funding source to address the dying turf, grass, and parks citywide.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Counselor Lewis to open.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the the administration and the director. We've had since we first introduced this, a lot of good conversations and good headway, and just identifying what needs to be done with getting our parks around the city, all over the city, up to where they should be at this time of year. And that was the biggest concern. In the summertime, at an opportunity where you could really lose a lot of our parks, our turf, I think we were in a really dangerous situation. And I have a binder full of parks all around my district. I know all around the city. And the conclusion was that there was that we just didn't get ahead of the weeds and some of the watering and different things that happened. And it created really an emergency when it comes to our parks, because if we're not able to get them to where they're supposed to be at this time of year before the spring, then we create just a real crisis where we're having to replace, and it costing a whole lot more money. And so in those conversations with the Parks Department, and I know Director Simons has sent several reports to us, one a few weeks ago and then one this afternoon, kind of giving an update. And I appreciate the efforts, to put, time and resources that they have, into it. What's clear, and I think by reading that and looking at those reports, you can see that we're still not where we need to be, and we won't know if we're where we need to be until the spring. We're just not going to know that. And so, but we do have an opportunity to put some resources into it now, which fairly quickly, where we could put some resources into to our parks to be able to give us a better opportunity to be able to not, lose some of those turfs when this next year comes. And so, and just to I guess simplify the process. It's my understanding. I think our staff really looking hard at the reversions that came out in October. The parts. So we're talking about the 2025 budget year, which goes through June. So we're talking about money that was budgeted and spent through June of 2025. That budget is over. So we can't go back to June and spend money and do the work that we could have done then, obviously. And so really all we're doing right now with that budget is doing a final closing the books. And so in October, it was reported, our financial systems and reports showed that there's about $11.5 million in reversions. And so, again, what happens is when you have, $11.5 million in reversions, and then you have, $11 million or $12 million in overspending. And I'm not saying that in a bad term, I'm just saying that some departments that spent more than they budgeted for. And so then you have a shift. And so to close the books, you take these reversions, you put them over here, and you get to closing the books with everything, everything's paid for. Again, it was paid for back in June, and it was done back in June. So now we're doing book work, to close the books on it. And again, I would point out that the Parks Department reverted, well, I don't think I said this yet. Out of that $11.5 million, the Parks Department reverted $2.4 million. And so for one reason or another, not to put any blame on anybody or to point out anything that anybody did wrong, it's just for one reason or another, The Parks Department budgeted a certain amount, spent, $2.4 million less during that budget year. And, again, you could look at a lot of conclusions of maybe what were the effects of that. Well, one of the effects of that was, could have been, whether it be personnel that we didn't have to be able to do that, or resources at the time, or the time to be able to get our parks where they needed to be. It just didn't happen. And so again, the math to this is, even after a reversion of $2.4 million, that's probably what that's going to look like when everything's closed. And again, I believe all we're waiting on right now is the audit, a state audit, which usually happens at the 1st of December. By now, we would have that, so I would expect that we would have that pretty quickly. If after everything's been reverted and all tidied up on the books, if we see that there's some money left over there, this bill simply says up to $2 million of that will allocate toward the Parks Department. And again, I would remind you that the Parks Department reverted, above $2 million. And now we might have, might be $500,000, it might be zero. It might be $10 million. That's kind of up to the administration on how they kind of just, zero everything up, which is, it's up to them. But if there is some left over, this bill simply says, hey, it's just a priority decision and saying, hey, let's put this toward seeing if we can fix some things that, for one reason or another, just aren't where they need to be at this time of year. And so, so that's where I'm at in it. I know you all have some proposed amendments to it, so I guess we can look at those.
The motion is for R-183. I believe we got a second.
Yep.
We did not. Second from Councilor Grau. Okay. And so I would like to move amendment number 1 to R-183. On page 2, after section 2, insert the following new section and renumber subsequent sections accordingly. Section 3, distribution of funds. The $2 million appropriated pursuant to section 1 of this resolution shall be distributed equally among the 3 Parks and Rec Department operations maintenance areas. Each area shall receive $666,600. The remaining balance of the $2 shall be allocated to the Parks and Recreation Pino Yards operation maintenance area. I'll move that and then explain. There's a second by Councilor Grout. When this first came out, I reached out to Director Simon asking what would be better to, I don't think that dividing this among 9 council districts sort of a thing is going to be conducive to what the goal is, it seems, for, so how do we make sure that it's still equally-ish spread again amongst the city? And while I will say, I don't see, oh, yeah, he is here. While I will say he wasn't excited about this bill, he also, Director Simon made sure to say, well, these 3 Parks and Rec yards is a great way to distribute the funds. Let them figure out a way to divvy it out, plus all 3 yards service the entire city. So the people who are working on our parks can go ahead and figure out what's really needed at our parks and which ones are in the most emergent situation in that regards. And the $2 extra was because the sponsor, his yard is the Pino Yards too, so I wanted to make sure just to get that round number in there. Are there any questions or comments? Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. Fine with the amendment. I think that was the intent anyways, of just spread it out where it's needed. I would ask for just a friendly amendment to ensure that, because you got numbers in there, and I would ask that we just change it to a percentage, like do a 1/3 percentage of the total amount, because the bill says up to $2 million. So again, if it's $5, I don't know, or if it's $1 million or whatever, I'd say maybe we do a 33% percentage, and then the same thing. If there's a few dollars left over, it goes to Pino Yards. So if we could, I would just ask for that change.
Again, I hate friendly amendments, but I will go with that. I will go with that. No, I would prefer a friendly one, although I'm not going to make us do an amendment to the amendment, but can staff capture that easily enough? Councilor Grout, you were the second on this. Are you okay with that? thank you. So then amendment number 1 is to distribute the funds of up to $2 million amongst each of the 3 yards for Parks and Recreation in a 1/3 split equally, or as close to it as possible, once decided to spend it. And I think staff has figured it out. Any other questions or comments on that? All right, I urge your support. All those in favor of amendment number 1 to R183, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. We have an amendment number 2 to R183, Counselor Lewis and Baca.
I'll tell him. It's just me. Thank you, Madam
Oh.
President. I think that was a mistake. No, this is just me, working with the Parks Advisory Board, which is fantastic. They really do a good job. Also, I mean, they put out their annual report, which is super handy. And they've had some asks the last couple of years about activating the parks, or funds to help activate the parks, which I think, you know, anytime we get our community engaged is a positive. And so I spoke with Councilor Lewis about potentially doing something here. I do want to change this. I'd initially put in 80,000. But of course, we can't use a set number, so we can change that to like 5%, if you're amenable to that, Councilor Lewis?
5%?
5, up to 5%. Yeah, this is just to help with the asset they've brought to this board multiple times.
So if I'm correct, the motion is for amendment number 2 to R183, which will say 5% of the emergency parks grass and turf replacement project shall be dedicated for use to the MPROB.
Right, with the guidance and in
Right.
consultation with Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I believe we can't give directly to a board, so 5% it's not really that much, to be honest.
Counselor, or Madam CAO?
Madam President, if you were doing 80,000, it would be 4%. I was just trying to give a signal.
Either fine. I'm fine with 4%.
So 4% would be accurate to what it was before. I feel like I'm becoming an auctioneer.
I know, right?
Okay, so
I think this is solid. Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a really solid bang for your buck, where we really, not a lot of dollars, that really helps out our communities.
and there was a second, I think, was it Counselor Grout? Are you good with that? Any questions or comments? Anything from the administration?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. We've had this discussion now in multiple meetings, and I think it's important to just be consistent in this message, which is that during the cow hearing, budget hearing, that you all made the statement that fund balance, if it were available, would be prioritized for salaries for employees. This is choosing parks grass over any of that fund balance being used for employee salary increases. It was 0.5% that this council voted on, and I just think it's important to remind everyone that these are the funds that would be made available to be able to do that if that were the priority. Second, it also removes the available fund balance for the next budget process. So it is making a decision about fund balance that would be potentially available when we enter into the next budget period and be in a position to be able to account for those funds in the FY27 budget. I always have to think about which fiscal year. So I think it's important for transparency purposes for us to state that here, as that is a decision that you all would, of course, up to you all. I have said before, and when I was asked on the record by the counselor, yes, I prioritize people over parks in our current budget, and that was based upon the many ways in which we're providing services to people, as well as providing most of our budget growth has been related to salary increases for the employees, our greatest asset that we have as a city to provide the services that we do to the community.
Counselor, I'm going to come back to you in just one second, but we are on the amendment right now. And so I just want to make sure that we stick to the amendment on that. And so we're going to, is there any other question, Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. first of all, I love 80,000 for park activation. I've had conversations with folks at the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and I fully support that. I just want to ask how park activation projects fit under the title of this bill, which is turf and grass, emergency turf and grass replacement. Again, I think it's $80,000. We should be able to find that. We should be able to get that in a budget. But I just want to understand how that can fit within the confines of this bill.
Madam President, or
Yeah.
Council, will we have to change the title for this?
Ms. Coulidon?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I think that we could fit this within the umbrella term of emergency turf replacement programming and just saying that the turf expenditures will be made in consultation with the advisory board.
Thank you, Madam President. So, and let me just ask the sponsor then, I was under the impression this was the 80K for park activation, which would be, you know, sponsoring events and things like that in parks. Park activation would not be actual grounds work within the park. Am I misunderstanding what this 80K is for?
Madam President, I think you're right, yeah. I do think it does help to, if you've got people in the parks, they're gonna know, or they're gonna be the ones to report if things need to be fixed or not fixed. I think that's partially how this all started. So there's some gray in there, I think, but yeah, to your point, yeah, I think it is more directly towards that.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to have it. I just want to make sure that it's allowed.
Ms. Coulidon? Or maybe not. Well, moving on to, so we're on amendment number 2 to R183. I do have some reserves about going from emergency to activation. It's already, it is a hard thing for me to swallow. I was getting closer to being on board with the emergency turf, quality of life, helping taxpayers and families and all of that. But if we're gonna start throwing that in, I think that that's gonna open up a Pandora's box for me personally, rather than truly trying to go and cut down dead trees, well, I mean, that's different too. Turf. But this whole thing has been turf the whole time until now.
Thank you, Madam
Councilor
President.
Baca.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I mean, to me, it was the spirit of this bill was improving our parks, whether that's the direct turf or some other aspects. So if this is going to cause a problem, I'm fine withdrawing and we can try and get it some other way. I'm really just about, how do we improve our parks and our communities? So I can go either way.
Ms. Coulidon?
Madam President, I think on its face, the amendment to me reads as the funds will be used for turf, which is consistent with the title of the bill. If the intent is that it be used for activation purposes, then I think in that case, it doesn't read that way quite in the amendment, but that would require a title change to use the funding in that way.
Okay, and so I agree with it too, that it says turf replacement in the amendment. I just wasn't sure. I can't really see up there. So if it says activation up there, then that's where I was thinking that maybe Councilor Feeblecorn had brought that up.
Right.
Councilor Baca?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. No, I'm fine withdrawing this if it's going to be too much confusion. Hopefully we can work in good faith during the budget season and the cleanup or the budget season to take care of this. I think it is a worthy program that has been brought up multiple times to us from volunteers that are really trying to do good things. So, yeah, I'll withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay, so amendment number 2 has been withdrawn. Are there any other amendments, councilors? Okay, and first to Councilor Lewis, because I know you wanted to respond as well to, okay. Any other questions or comments on R183? Okay, Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question. For the sponsor, you mentioned that it said that it should be up to $2 million, but the wording in the bill says no less than $2 million. So I just wanted to make sure,
What line is that?
it is on page 2, line 17. Following finalization of fiscal year 2025 final reports, no less than $2 million of the fund balance will be appropriated.
We say up to, and then we say, look, no less? Or is that in a different context the second time?
Madam President Bassan, Councilor Lewis, we do not say up to. It's no less than 2 million, but if the fund balance doesn't come in, we would use up to that amount of the fund balance. So there's some.
So that's why we still needed the percentage. So it's 2 million, but if it's if it's $1 million, then it's going to be $1 million, right? So I think that's what I guess up to really is it's I guess that was my language that really says what it says. Are you okay with that?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure that's okay, because you, in your wording, said no, up to, but
Gotcha.
this says no less. So that I interpret that as if we have 2 million, the full 2 million goes to this, based on the percentages to each yard. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Madam President.
I feel like that's clear as mud. Is it no less or up to? Because to me, they're two opposite things, but Mr. Motzko just made it sound like they're the same thing.
Madam President, it's 2 million unless there's less than that in the reserve.
It says, following the finalization of fiscal year 2025 financial reports, no less than $2 million of fund balance shall be appropriated to Emergency Parks Grass and Turf Replacement Project. It doesn't say up to.
Exactly. And Madam President, it's $2 million. If there's $3 million, there's $10 million, it's going to be $2 million. If there's $1 million, then
Okay.
it is what it is. So.
Thank you, Counselor. I just wanted to make sure that there's not an up to in this at all. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to go back to the presentation about the GRT earlier. So what do we have for our overall projection for the mid-year? Like, are we at? And the reason I'm asking that is because we really did make a conscious decision to fund employees, right? And I know that, we always are very conservative, which is great, but I'm just wondering what that percentage is so far, and where does that leave us in terms of that balance? And does it appear that there's going to be enough for both things? And if there's not, I do get concerned, and I want to support Councilor Lewis, but I'm just worried about not having enough for the employees' percentage raise. So can you kind of give me a projection of where we're at with that?
Mr. Motzko?
Council President Bassan, Vice President Pena, Ms. Boehner's presentation this evening indicated that when the FY26 budget was presented, the administration and council agreed with a 3.8% increase year to year. So that was their projection, that we're going to make 3.8% more this year than last year. Last year, I think it was 881 million. Don't quote me. So it would be about 4% over that. The first 3 months have been reported by Santa Fe, and according to Ms. Boehner's presentation, we are 2.1% over the 3.8. So we are collecting right now, after 3 months, 1 quarter, 5.9 more than last year. So there is a little bit of a delta there of the 2.1 over the projection.
So, Madam President, so 2.1 over, yet we had an incredible Christmas season, it looks like. So I feel more comfortable that we'll have enough money for both. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Feeblecorn? No? Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Lewis, to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So, yeah, I'm glad we brought that up because, again, we're talking about a budget that closed 6 months ago, or 6 months ago. So all we're doing now is just squaring the books, and if there's some money that's not allocated, that's what it goes toward. So it's a little bit of a cheap shot by the administration to say, now we're talking about the difference between salaries and it's just that's absolutely just that's just not true. Because we're going to have a whole nother book of money at the beginning of the year to build a whole nother budget on, and and be able to use, for that. I mean, and again, you got a Parks Department that reverted to over 2 million, it looks like. So we can make it up there. We can make it up with all the other departments that reverted some and the other departments that spent it over. And so again, but I'm glad we clarified that. I urge your support. Thank you.
The motion is for R-183 as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-1 vote. We're moving on to R-204, Counselor Baca by request.
Thank you, Madam President. R-204, repealing the St. Joseph Hospital Metropolitan Redevelopment Area Designation and Plan and amending the Code of Resolutions. This is by request of the administration, MRA. They're just trying to clean things up, and I agree with this one getting cleaned out, so I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Any questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. This is exactly what we want MRA to do, is to make itself unnecessary. So it's in this area, it's cleaned it up, it's made it better, and so we can move on. And I hope that one day the MRA in my district will not be necessary. So I'm glad this is going on.
Counselor Baca.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Grant, and obviously thank you to the MRA folks out there. Just a quick clarification question for myself, and I apologize I didn't ask this during the week. That's my fault, and so I'm bringing it up now and using time. So either this, Madam President or staff, this passed unanimously, and so I would have expected it to be on the consent agenda. Sorry, thank you. So I'm just kind of curious. I know sometimes we don't put them on consent, so what is our process on that?
Madam President, Councilor Baca, MRA legislation has very complicated procedural requirements per state statute that incorporate, in many instances, the opportunity to give public comment. And so this particular item we could have put on consent, but to allow the opportunity for public comment, we kept it on final action.
Counselors, any other questions or comments?
Urge your support.
The motion is for a due pass of R-204. Everyone in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. We are on RA8, amending the City Council Rules of Procedure, Article 3, Section 4E, Order of Business, and Article 3, Section 6A bills. I move a due pass. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Champagne. Councilors, this is the rules for council says that anything on the consent agenda that we pull will end up being heard at the end of the meeting, which is not how we do things. We typically do it immediately after we vote on the consent agenda, so it's cleaning that up. And then in working and speaking with the admin and our staff, at the end of every calendar year, there might be or has been, depending on the year, some legislation that has never been brought forward to the daylight at all that the administration has sent down, whether it be because a sponsor has changed their mind or although I have not kept anything back, the council presidents have the right to not put stuff on an agenda. And so this is saying that anything that is not ever introduced that came down originally from the admin, by the end of the calendar year, there can be some documentation and a transmittal back so that they can do whatever housekeeping they need to do on their end, and actually we can do it on ours too. With that, we do have public comment, and then we will go to questions from the council.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Tad Niemitzki.
Thank you. Excuse me. Just a second. Let me lower it down. Okay. Again, my name Ted Niemitzki. Here is what I was saying. Those days way back in the Westgate, we built it now the 3/4 acre lots. Nice houses to show the people and bring a quality people. What's going on in that area now? on the southwest of Albuquerque, lots about 25 feet wide, and they're also mobile home double wide set. And these houses are 2-story high, back to back. And that is neighborhoods.
Can you please pause the timer?
That's ridiculous. That is
Thank
city
you.
leadership.
Mr. Nemensky?
With developers together.
Mr.
No,
Nemensky?
now,
I paused your timer, sir.
let's go to yours.
I paused your timer, but you need to be speaking germane to the bill, RA 8. This is not general public comment. But I had them pause your timer. You may use your remaining time. Will you please tell him then? You have to speak on the bill we are on, sir.
I'm back to right here. What she was saying about what?
It needs to be germane. It's not about.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Now let's go on this specific bill. There's also St. Joseph. That is such control problem with the city. Here is Council Basan signed this bill. What she's doing, she tries to cover up that it also sounds like a dictatorship under my discretion, meaning you, President, under your discretion, changing this, modify this bill. And I'm talking about consent agenda. Thank you.
I believe that's all for public comment,
Yes,
sir?
thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We are on RA 8. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, I urge your support. All those in favor of RA 8, please raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. We are done with final actions. There is no other business. We are moving on to administration Q&A. Councilors, questions for the administration tonight? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Before our holidays, we had some briefings about operations for Gateway and all the Gateway networks. I just wanted to follow up on when we will receive the information.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we are finalizing that. I think the team has it, and we were just going to review it before we send it off to you all.
Thank you, Madam President. That was it.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? All right. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.